Hello everyone, this is International Master Piotr Nguyen, and I'm a host and commentator of this event, Polish Extra League in Katowice. Today I'm without Keti, but she will come later on. So let's cover some games and introduce what are matches for today. So if you want to see the games, you can always check them at Chess24. And here I'm providing some analysis of the chosen games. And if you have any questions, just let us know in the comments. We are looking also there. So I'll be very happy to answer it. So there is the match Akademia Szachowa Gliwice against Wieża Pęgów. There is Dwie Wieże Kraków against Miedź Legnica. Biały Król Wisznia Mała against Silesia Racibórz. Baszta Most Żnin against Hetman GKS Katowice, and Stylon Gorzów against Polonia Wrocław. And I think the last match will be very interesting because those are both teams who are on top. So these are teams fighting for the medals. So maybe let's see at the game from that match, Stylon Gorzów, Polonia Wrocław. On the first board, we have a very interesting encounter because we see Kacper Piorun, one of the best Polish players, a member of a national team, facing Pentala Harikrishna from India, number 2 in India, just after Vishy Anand, a former world champion. So let's see how this game is progressing. Already 9 moves. Players are making their moves very fast in the opening. So Kacper, as white, he played e4, e5. So we have a typical play. Knight f3, knight c6, and bishop c4, the Italian. So the very old opening, which gains popularity in recent years. c3, knight f6. But here, instead of d3, which is the most common move with a very rich play, Kacper decided to go for d4, which I think objectively is not as dangerous for black. However, it's he may still have some interesting ideas. After ed, e5, this is all the well-known theory. Black goes d5, and now bishop e2. I believe I've seen usually white playing bishop b5, and objectively I think black is equal, but yeah, there is some game ahead. But here bishop e2. I haven't seen such move earlier. It feels like bishop on v5 is better placed because white may take on c6, doubling these pawns and gaining some advantage in the pawn structure. But maybe bishop e2 has its own points, and let's see. For the moment, this knight is hanging, so knight e4 is the move. White recaptures pawn on d4, and now check, and bishop to d2. It's already quite an original position, but both players seem to understand what's going on because they still played quite fast after bishop d2. Knight takes d2, knight b takes d2. So black gained a bishop pair, castles, and f6. And black already tries to open the center. So I'm wondering what's the idea behind white's setup. Because like to me, and like relying on those facts we have all learned, it feels like black is totally fine with bishop pair, and already black is well developed and trying to open up the center. So I'm really wondering what's the idea behind white's setup. I'm pretty sure he has some, but to me it looks like black has no problems at all in this position. So let's check maybe some other games from this match. On the second board, Mateusz Bartel against Matthias Blubaum from Germany. And yeah, Mateusz played 1d4, and we have a Slav defense. So knight f3, knight f6, and here little move e3. This is the very solid and slow setup, and not allowing any wild complications like after knight f3 for knight c3, for example. It's much more sharp. e3, just slow play. e3, bishop g4, a logical move because the bishop usually could be a bad piece if black plays e6 without moving this bishop. So after knight c3, e6, h3, and here black decided to give this bishop. So in this game, it is white who gains the bishop pair. However, the position is quite closed, so black is arguing that he just get rid of his bad bishop because he has the pawns on the light squares, and yeah, this bishop pair, it doesn't feel like it's gonna be so dangerous. But maybe at some point the position will open, so we'll see how it will develop later. So knight bd7, and that's the position we have on the board. So which games to look further? Yeah, we see on the screen that players are thinking. I mean, I'm sure this position is well known to both of them. However, yeah, sometimes there are a few ideas to consider, and they need to decide which move is better against which player. Okay, so let's see some other encounters. Yeah, so let's see maybe Jacek Tomczak against Aleksander Miśta. This is the first board of the match. Akademia Szachowa Gliwice against Wieża Pęgów, and we have a Sicilian and the Sicilian dragon variation. G6, this is a dragon variation, so I expect a very entertaining play because the dragon Sicilian is, I think, one of the most entertaining Sicilians. Bishop e3, at least it has the most entertaining name, the dragon. So bishop e3, bishop d7, f3, knight c6, queen d2, castle. This is all the well-known theory we've been discussing in the previous days. The ideas of those type of Sicilians, the ideas are very simple. White just wants to push the pawns on the king side, castle on the queen side, while black will get some counterplay on his own on the other side of the board, as the king will be on the queen side. So yeah, black will push those pawns on the queen side. But here, instead of castling long, which is the main move, but also bishop c4 is very popular. g4 might also be considered, if I'm not mistaken. But Jacek chose to play knight b3, which is not the most ambitious, but it's not bad. I mean, white wants to play for a bit more positional play here, as it is black who wants a big fight, and Alexander certainly is a player who really calculates well. So yeah, it is understandable decision. So knight b3, avoiding any, at least for now, any big risk, avoiding any wild complications. Like, for example, after long castle, there is the big line starting after d5. So there are a lot of developments there, and yeah, nowadays it's hard to rely on very basic principles in such positions. You just need to remember really a lot of theory which was developed throughout many years. So knight b3 could be a practical decision Jacek made. And we have a few more moves. So after knight b3, black played bishop d7, and now white castled long. Also, the idea is of this knight b3. Why did he play like that? After castles, maybe black could, okay, first of all, this d5, but in some lines, like maybe after this g4, let's say, black can consider taking on d4, exchanging the knights. So here white just stops this d5 and doesn't want to exchange the knights, keeps this knight, which doesn't look so active, but it's defending. Now it's harder to come with those pawns as black. Okay, so let's see maybe some other games, and if you are interested in some specific encounters, just let us know in the comments. So yeah, so let's see what are the big fights for today. Okay, maybe some female players. Let's have a look at the game Olivia Kiełbasa against Julia Osmak. Interesting strategic battle in the French defense here. So let's see. So this is the match between Dwie Wieże Kraków and Miedź Legnica. It's a very important match for those teams to stay in the league. Just to remind you, there are 10 teams, the 10 best Polish teams, and they are playing a round-robin tournament, 9 rounds, and 2 last teams will drop to the lower league. So not only the players are fighting for the medals and so on, but none of the teams wants to finish on the 9th or 10th place, because the next year they will have to play another league to come back to the extra league. So let's see how they are doing. So they are playing this French defense. Yeah, knight e7 here. A3, bishop takes e3, b takes e3. This is a Winawer variation named after a Polish player, Szymon Winawer. c5. That's the the most typical move, of course. The thing is, black usually wants to play somehow knight a5, queen a5, sorry, knight c6. If possible, maybe play b6, bishop a6, but sometimes bishop d7, bishop a4 could be considered. And also black will try to break through with the move f6. So those are the basic plans for black. And we have seen this kind of game in one of the previous rounds. I'm not sure who were the players. I think with white was Michał Olszewski, maybe against Tomasz Markowski. And the same move for white was made there, h4. So what's the idea of this move? Where white is going to make a castle if he's just making, moves with the pawns? Well, the thing is that, okay, white took the bishop pair, but well, it wasn't for free. His pawn structure is just compromised. So yeah, he's not going to do anything on the queen side. He will play a4, bishop a3 if possible, but that's all she can do on this side. So she needs to find some play on the other side of the board. So the h4, well, she wants to play h5 and if possibly h6. The thing is, like, black exchanged her dark squared bishop. So some of the dark squares may be vulnerable, especially the g7 square. So h5, h6 makes a lot of sense. And also, there's this possibility. Rook h3, rook g3 are just attacking the g7. So these are the basic plans for white. And the king on e1, okay, it's in the middle, but the center is pretty much closed. And if needed, king can just go to f1, maybe to g1 if really needed. So queen c7 was played. That's also a move, like queen a5 was a move, but queen c7 also possibility. Always keeping eye on some c takes d with queen c3, or sometimes c2 maybe under attack. So queen c7 is normal. Also looking at the e5 square, combining with the move f6. So white plays just knight f3, developing, and b6, as mentioned earlier, a very typical plan to change those light squared bishop, because this is a bad bishop. It's, the pawns are on the light squares, so we would like to change it. And this is a strong bishop, yes, because let's look. This pawn structure is, pawns are on the dark squares, so this bishop works very well with those pawns. So this is a very desirable exchange. So after h5, h6, check. This is interesting move, because now after bishop d7, or if, let's say, knight c6, then you don't have this bishop a6. And if you get this bishop d7, okay, black gets extra tempo, because now white just retreats. But white is arguing that the bishop on d7 stays worse than on c8, because there is no bishop a6. So in this way, white managed to avoid exchange of those bishops. However, now the black's bishop finds a very nice square on a4. I mentioned earlier, white wants to play a4 and bishop a3. Now that's not the idea. And the bishop on a4 makes, that's a really good job pointing at c2, which may be a weak spot at some point. So now white castled, so that's not very usual, because as I said, rook h3, rook g3 is typical, but here white decided that, okay, well, the h pawn is not weak, the g7 will stay weakness anyways, so let's just castle. I'm not sure if I like this move, but I understand that, yeah, it's also playable. So let's see, yeah, black played knight to d7, rook e1, just overprotecting the e5 point, which is very important in those structures. If you read Nimzovich, you can understand why this point is very important. So black just castled long, and rook b1, just improving the rook. I don't see there is any danger on the b file, but at least the rook is on the half open file, much better placed than it was on a1. And yes, black decided to close the position here with the move c4, bishop f1. Now this c2 pawn, yeah, white really needs to take care of it. She cannot move with the queen too far, because it's weak. However, the question is how black is going to open the position, because if we play f6, let's just make it on the board, white can take it, and now you understand why the rook on e1 is very useful. If we just recapture, then rook e6, yeah, so not an easy thing to do. So it's a very, very deep strategical battle ahead of us. So let's see some other games. Well, let's see maybe what's going on in the, which game to choose. There are so many games. There are like 30 games running, so it's not always easy to pick which I want to look at. And if you have any requests, I just remind you all the time, just let me know in the comments. So maybe let's see the first board of the same match we've been looking at. So Michał Matuszewski plays against Robert Kępiński, because there is an interesting opening. I know Michał is recently playing that quite often, I think, or some London system or some Trompowski. So this is the Trompowski, and that's an not very popular opening, however, not a terrible one. And Magnus Carlsen even played that once at the World Championship match in 2016 in the first round against Sergei Karyakin. So even it was played in the World Championship match. I can recommend a book on chessable by one of my friends. FIDE master Kamil Plichta did a book on that opening, so you can check this out. So yeah, Black played d5 here. I must admit that I played the Trompowski myself quite often, and I'm afraid that d5 is the strongest reply. Knight e4 was supposed to be the move to play, but yeah, if everyone were playing knight e4, I think I would be playing the Trompowski all the time, because maybe the position will be equal, so maybe this bishop g5 does not give the advantage, but certainly the positions arising after it are very, very entertaining and very sharp. So this is what I like. And also opponents are usually not expecting, and they don't study such lines too deeply. However, d5 is a very solid move, and it feels like there is not much fun there. White can play bishop takes f6, which was kind of a threat to double those pawns, but I just believe after g takes f6, well, we will be missing this lovely bishop. So it's of course playable, but I'm not so sure if we can pose as many problems as I would like to. But Michał played knight d2, black went knight bd7. Now bishop takes f6. It's not even possible, because I mean it's possible, but then white will not even double his pawns. So yeah, the knight will recapture to f6. So e3, h6, and now bishop drops back to f4. So black gained in a way h6 for free, which could be considered useful. However, it wasn't for free. The knight went to d7, and it's not the best place for the knight, especially that the bishop is on c8. I mean, if the bishop was already on f5, well, the knight on d7 is okay. But knight on d7 is not okay, just because it blocks the bishop on c8. So yeah, so it's getting a bit tricky. So he played e6. Maybe he will play b6, bishop b7, c5. I guess he will argue that that's the setup. Bishop d3, but here he played bishop d6, and yeah, he is offering this possibility to white to double his pawns, but then he will have very strong center. So maybe, yes, so maybe it's not so bad for black. That's why. Oh, and I think they agreed for a draw. Yeah, they very quickly. So let's just quickly see. Yeah, they just. Yeah, the position was equal, but of course there was a lot of play, but somehow maybe they were already tired. So bishop f4, e takes f4, c5. Yeah, there's so much play ahead. So maybe we are as a Kibiters are a bit disappointed that the game did not continue. We wanted to see what will come next, but yeah, they agreed for a draw. It's a team competition, so it's also understandable that both players want to take less risk. Okay, so let's see some other games. Yeah, maybe is there some match we still haven't covered? I think there is. So the match between Żnin and Katowice. On the first board, Bartłomiej Heberla playing for Żnin, facing David Navarra, who is #1 in the Czech Republic. And we can see that in the team of Katowice, we have two best Polish players, Radosław Wojtaszek and Jan Krzysztof Duda, who are not playing today. Maybe some of them will join us later on. We will see. But for now, let's just see the game. What was the opening? So Bartłomiej played one d4, and yeah, this is the Queen's Indian. Now a3. So this is a Petrosian system named after the world champion Tigran Petrosian. And bishop b7, knight c3, d5. And I think like the main line goes cd, knight d5, queen c2, and some c5, e4. Yeah, that's the main line. White gets some center, but yeah, black managed to change one pair of knights and will be counter-attacking. But here white played bishop g5. That's also a move. And after bishop e7, takes white voluntarily and just exchanges a bishop. And after cd, ed goes for g3. And yeah, white is arguing that yeah, the position is closed and black's bishop pair is just doing nothing. They're not bad pieces, but it doesn't feel like they are necessarily better than the knights. So castles, bishop g2, knight d7, castles, rook e8, e3, c5. So very solid play by both players. But I think black just equalized. I mean, maybe these bishops are not so, you know, that they don't come with some devastating effect, but well, I feel like the position may open. There is some tension in the center. So yeah, I think I like black's chances. So let's see some, maybe the next board. Bartosz Soćko is playing against Andriy Maximenko. So they played the Slav. However, with this knight bd2 move, yeah, black decided to play g6, which is a bit more active maybe than some e6. So g6, g3, so it's kind of a Catalan setup, but it's not a Catalan. I don't know what's the name of those setups. It's a very slow play. Castles, bishop f5. Yeah, I think black doesn't have a huge problems. However, yeah, that might not be to everybody's taste. So, oh yeah, we see Bartosz is not at the board. He is just going around. We can see that Bartosz, even though this whole setup doesn't look so dangerous, I mean, he played very fast and being confident. Like, yeah, this position It's just, you know, maybe it's equal, but he knows what he's doing, and maybe he found that there is some plus for white. Maybe I'm not so sure about this queen on a6. And the last move by Bartosz was just rook c1, and yeah, he didn't spend any time in the opening. Yeah, 1 hour 30 minutes. That's the time for him, and he starts with this. So and meanwhile, Andrei Maximenko, grandmaster from Ukraine, he already spent more than 20 minutes, and he is still thinking at this point. Well, the position is pretty much closed. However, yeah, as I pointed out, this queen is a bit offbeat here, and white may think about some queen b3, maybe some b5. The pawn on d5 is a little bit weak. So, yeah, he needs to find some way to untangle here. This opening, it looks very slow. Doesn't look like it's so dangerous, but that's the way sometimes it goes. Like, doesn't look dangerous, but it's not also easy to defend, because you still just need to make some moves, and you need to make accurate moves. So yeah, we see it's not as easy to play. He may consider just taking on d2 maybe, and taking on c4, but then he allows white to grab the center with e4, and the bishop may feel a bit lost here because it doesn't have the g6 square, so it's not easy. Also, yeah, because he needs to open the position somehow to have some pawn lever. So like e5 would be a move black would love to play, but it's very hard to play it because there is this bishop, there is this knight, very hard. So yeah, no, not so easy to find move. Maybe he just needs to play very slowly, like maybe bring some rook to c8. Maybe he can also consider some b5, but then it is white who already has the rook here. This square is weak, so that's not an easy decision to make. So what to play? Yeah, as I said, I would really like to play e5 as black, but with this bishop on b2, just doesn't look. But maybe, oh, if I take and then go e5 immediately, then the d pawn is hanging. So this is the thing I would be afraid of. So somehow, you know, one tempo can change a lot. Like if he already had the rook on e8 or d8, some e5 breaks or d takes c might be working. But here it's yeah, white maybe keeps some edge. It doesn't feel like that there is much, but yeah, it's not easy to make moves. And I'm afraid that Bartosz may still be in his preparations, like because he hasn't spent any time yet. So let's see some other games. If there is already some action or big developments, let me check briefly what are the positions, and let's pick one and talk about this. So maybe yeah, hard to pick, but maybe let's quickly jump back for the moment to the game. Olivia Kiełbasa, Julia Osmak. We had only one move played by black here, because till this point we were covering it. But yeah, I was speaking about the f6, which is just a very typical move in the French defense. Like black has to try to fight for the e5 pawn, um, but yeah, with this rook already on the e1, well, black couldn't play f6, as I pointed that out. But black has to try to open some files diagonals towards the king side. So Yulia chose to play g6. As this pawn is on h5, white is forced to react in some way. Mm, Yeah, because yeah, otherwise black can just play herself on h5. Just bring the rook to g8 and try to play on this side of the board. So yeah, this is getting very interesting, because I'm not so sure what white should do here. As I said, white is not having much on the other side of the board. Rook on b1, okay, it just stays better than on a1, but it's far away from doing anything here. Meanwhile, on the king side, well, white is not ready to do anything, just to add anything else than to defend, because there is this king on g1. So if we open anything, then it's just very good for black. Okay, so let's maybe have a look at some other game now. So maybe let's see if there are some developments. Okay, let's just quickly get back to the Jacek Tomczak against Aleksander Mishta. Also, not too many moves were made, but yeah, it's worth seeing how it's progressing here. Black played rook b8. As I said, black really needs to push all these pawns forward. White played the useful move king b1. Okay, b5 is not possible because two pieces are looking at the square. So black played a6, preparing b5. Meanwhile, white played h4 to prepare h5, and also bishop h6 is always a move to consider. So black played h5, just stopping h5, but it has also some drawbacks, because in case of g4, well, of course at the moment I'm not so sure if g4 would work, because hg h5 might be too slow. But it's certainly a thing to consider. White is ready to sacrifice some material just to open the game. Yeah, open the files in front of black's king, and yeah, a direct attack against the king is the most dangerous. So yeah, this is certainly the game we will be checking, because I feel like in some more moves it will be very hot on this board. So let's see if there are some other games worth mentioning. If already someone managed to get some significant advantage, or if there are some wild positions. Yeah. Let's see which. Okay, so maybe let's see Kamil Miton and Mikhail Simantsev. this position looks not so popular. So Kamil Miton is a coach of Jan Krzysztof Duda, a very strong grandmaster, around 2600. And he was also as a junior player, he had a lot of great results some years ago. So he played knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. So this is a quite an interesting move order to avoid the proper Nimzo Indian. So if we just start with, let's say this d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. Well, it's bishop b4, that's the Nimzo Indian. Not everyone wants to play this as white, but with this move order, white tries to play something maybe similar, but that's not exactly that. And the pawn is not on d4. Maybe it's harder for black to counterattack in the center, but of course there are also some other downsides of it. Then it will be for white also not easy to grab the center. Yeah, so after bishop b4, queen c2, c5, already black tries to look at the important d4 square. But after a3, and now bishop takes c3. Yeah, this I guess is just better for white with the bishop pair. If the pawn was on d4, maybe that would have been a different story. But here, maybe with some b4, bishop b2, I think this bishop pair is something. So black played bishop a5, g3, castles, bishop g2. So quite an original position. I don't think it's the way to get the advantage as white, but nowadays it's never easy to get the advantage. So usually players with the white pieces choose to go for some original setups, or they choose the positions they like and they believe that their opponents don't like or that they are not so familiar with, and so on and so forth. So knight c6, just developing, castles d6. So yeah, black can't counter attack in the center, but black has good control in the center, and it is white who needs to prepare in some way to 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 play in the center or to find some weak spots. So he played d3, a very slow move. I'm not sure what's the idea. Maybe he wants to play some rook b1, bishop bd2, I don't know, some b4 at some point. Not so sure what he is up to. Yeah, but it's interesting maneuvering game, and we certainly can see that despite the position being maybe around equal, black is spending a lot of time. So already white has more than 20 minutes advantage over his opponent. So that also may count, because after some time they can get into time trouble, and regardless of the evaluation of the position, well, if you don't have time, you can make just a terrible blunder, and that's all. So yeah. So let's see which games can we look further. Yeah, let me find some games which might be interesting. Okay, let's maybe consider for some moment this game. Marcin Tasbir against Igor Janik. Marcin is a grandmaster and Igor is a very strong international master. I think we've already 2 grandmaster norms, so yeah, I just believe it's just a matter of time when he will get the title. So Martin played the English 1c4 and c6, trying to play the Slav, but Martin does not play the move d4. So it's already quite an original setup, because I think I've seen g3, I've seen also e3, and d4, of course, just transposes to the Slav. But I haven't seen queen c2, and I'm not sure what's the point. Maybe he wants to play like the setup with g3, but he wants to avoid the d takes c4, maybe. Because in this case, it might not be so easy to regain the pawn. I mean, it's some theory, but maybe it's something he didn't like, because with the queen on c2, whenever black takes, he's ready to take with the queen. Okay, he moved his queen, but then black just exchanged his d pawn for the c pawn. So yeah, white is happy with this. So after queen c2, knight f6, and g3, g6. So this is setup black wanted to play. So yeah, I read in the chat that it was in the game by Bartosz Soczko, a bit different, but the structure is similar, that it was like Greenfield Fianchetto. Yeah, it might be. And in this case, if white will push d4, yeah, it can also be named as a Fianchetto Greenfield, like in encyclopedia. That could be. But there are so many different names, and it's very hard to find out which is which. But yeah, we have those funny names in chess, and I'm very happy that all the openings have their names, and that's a dream for many players to have an opening named after them. Nowadays, it's very hard to find such, because most of the big openings are already taken. But maybe to have some variation named after yourself, this is really nice. You can give me, write in the comments what are your favorite opening names, whether some animal names or what. Okay, so bishop g2, bishop g7, castles, and the d3. So very slow setup, and he doesn't want to play d4. This is a more flexible, because in some cases, well, he may still play d4, even losing a tempo, but under maybe more favorable circumstances. Now bishop g4, b3. Yes, so this is the setup he wants to play. But now black voluntarily took on f3. So we see this topic all the time, like some of the players don't value their bishop pair that much, and they are giving them away. But here I understand, yeah, like black is putting all the pawns on the light squares. Whoops, like this. So yeah, maybe he feels like he doesn't need this light squared bishop. So it's understandable decision. But bishop b2, knight bd7, bishop g2, b5. I like those white setups, like this is very flexible. And maybe with some e4 move later on, maybe we can open the position. And yeah, this bishop, which will be unopposed, will be very strong. So let's see, knight d2, queen b6, e3. Yeah, very solid, as I said. Maybe white can play d4, maybe he can play e4, but for now let's just keep it very flexible. So rook b8, rook b1, and yeah, one more move played by Igor, queen a6. Already looking at the a2 pawn. Yeah, the queen on a6 is pretty well placed. Indeed, this a2 pawn has to be, of course, this is not hanging immediately. let's just make a random move like queen a2, rook a1. But it is a weakness. At some point, it can be taken, and just queen puts some pressure also here. The position is closed, so yeah, no, not a bad position. Okay. Yes. So yeah. Yeah, I see some comments. Yeah, you think it is some reti? Yeah, of course, these are the kind of reti positions without the move d4. Like every time you play one knight f3 with the move c4, it can be said it's a reti. Maybe it's not the proper reti, but it is. It could end up in the book on reti, of course. And yes, one before a. Yeah, one before it has few names. Yes, one of the names is Sokolski, and this name is not so um, entertaining. But there is the another name of orangutan. Yeah, I think there is some story attached to name of that opening. Like some master went to the zoo and saw some monkeys and named that opening after it. But yeah. Maybe it's not true. Someone who is more interested in history may find and let us know. This is what I heard, but I'm not sure if that's true. But one way or the other, one before is not popular, and it's very rarely seen as it's just not a great opening, I would say. So yeah. What else should we look at? Yeah, I was curious whether some developments are already in Kacper Piorun's game. So yeah, let's see, because that's the game we've started with. So that's it. Yeah, we have left the game at this point. After f6, Black wants to open the position and has a bishop pair. I'm talking so often about this bishop pair, but yeah, this is this is an important factor in many of the positions. So I'm talking a lot about this. So f6, now knight b3. Yeah, as I said, I wasn't really sure what white was aiming at with this entire setup, and it looks like he's spent a lot of time later on. So maybe his preparation was not full. I'm not sure, or maybe he missed something. But for now, knight b3, okay, it covers some central squares, and after just rook e8, putting more pressure on e5. White now loses a tempo. As I said, he could have went bishop b5 instead of bishop e2. So now he goes bishop b5, bishop g4, and now he doubles these pawns. Oh yeah, and already b takes c6 was made on the board, and this is current position on the board. So yeah, at first it looked like yeah, like this bishop pair is great, but after this exchange you may start liking knights at least a little bit, but this, as I said, could have been achieved in another way, like bishop b5 earlier. I was mentioning it, as these pawns are doubled, and the knight on b3 is just great. Well, this is a very juicy square for the knight. A rook can come to c1, pointing down at c6. It's there is some play. Yeah, it's not like the knights are bad in this structure. So that's why I was turning your attention to this idea. Yeah, so let's see what are the developments in some other games. As here we just see Casper is thinking. As I said, now it looks like the knights make some sense, but well, it's still you need to make some moves. This pin is a bit unpleasant, so he's taking some time, and while his opponent spent only 10 minutes and got away from the board. So yeah, so what are the other interesting matchups? Yeah, let us see. Let's see what's going on. Okay, I see like already one game finished in a draw. Okay, the second game finished in a draw because the first one we already saw, but here, yeah, okay, let's just see this position. It was just a very long variation of some Rui Lopez. The position is totally blocked. No single pawn or piece were even exchanged, so it's really blocked. But they agreed for a draw. Yeah, maybe at this point they wanted to have some break. We're a bit tired. This is already fifth round, so you need to be ready for 4 more games. But yeah, for the chess enthusiasts, well, we don't like draws so much because we were interested what will happen here. There's certainly a lot of play coming up, but here we just had a draw. So yeah, let's see some other games, and let's see the game maybe of Kirill Shevchenko against Arkadiusz Leniart. They made only 8 moves, but they spent each of them spent almost like half an hour. So let's see if these moves were really hard to make. So they played Rui Lopez, all the well-known moves, and now this G6. Yeah, I think this, as I said, it's Couture defense was played already in this tournament in some previous rounds, and now C3, A6, Bishop A4, D6. Yeah. So Black is just arguing that, yeah, with the Bishop on G7, he's not afraid to give up the center. So Bishop D7, and but after Bishop G5, well, he would like to play Knight E7, of course. But then Bishop would come to F6, and yeah, this would be terrible. So there is also the move F6, but I guess, well, you don't want to weaken this diagonal that much. So he felt obliged to play Bishop E7, and I understand why he took so much time, because I'm not so sure if that's a good thing, because why do you move the pawn to G6 and then swap the dark squared bishops this way? So maybe that wasn't the best move order, I guess. After C3, maybe Knight E7 is played, or already some Bishop G7. Yeah, because this way, you know, as White took and Black took with the Queen, I don't like the pawn on G6. Still, there's a lot of play, and Black's position seems to be quite solid. But White has made all the right choices, so yeah. But it's always the thing with those type of Rui Lopez. It's so strategically complicated that it's very hard to rely on those specific nuances. I mean, speaking in general terms, you just need to really take it as a very concrete position. So maybe all in all, his position is not that bad. Yeah, it's hard to understand what's what are the points behind this setup, but somehow it looks okay still, even though this G6 doesn't look great, but yeah, somehow it's very solid. I mean, and it's not easy for white to open the game and make any use of this weekend square. Um, and whenever white closes the center, well, then black would be even very happy that he exchanged the bishop. So yeah, and if not d5, then I don't know if he takes de. It's the same. I mean, black is happy to exchange those bishops. So we see on the screen that Kirill Shevchenko, young player from Ukraine, made a castle, and in this way he keeps every options open, keeping it flexible, but still he cannot keep it too long. I mean, he still can develop, but how to continue? I mean, like black setup looked a bit strange, but yeah, as I see now, it's very solid, very solid. So yeah, we'll be looking at it later. But now let's have a look maybe at the game Jolanta Zawadzka, Karina Cywka. Yeah, this is certainly a big matchup for today because yeah, these are both one of the top Polish players, and the position is open. So yeah, let's see. So we had the Petrov or Russian defense. There are two names of it. Knight takes e5, d6, knight f3, knight takes e4. So that's the well-known theory. Yeah, d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop d6, castles, c4, c6. So this is basically like a exchange French, if you know what I mean. This is the French defense, and this is the exchange variation. This is one of the most boring variations in chess, and I don't see it very often, hopefully. But this is very similar to it, but black has it feels like black has extra tempo, knight e4. But white is arguing that the knight on e4 is actually a weakness because it's too early to jump here. Well, just without support of other pieces, it's not so good to have it here. And with the move bishop d3, bishop d6, castles. Yeah, this knight is a bit under some pressure after c4. Like for example, in the exchange French, you could take on c4 and play against the Isolani, but here, well, after c6, you couldn't. I mean, you couldn't take, yeah, because this one was hanging. So black goes c6, and now white took, played knight c3, and yet again putting some pressure. And if black takes on c3, well, white says thank you very much, and white will have much better structure. So black decided to play rook e8, but then queen c2 comes, and there is some pressure down here, and the d5 also is under attack. So black played knight c6. Well, maybe knight b4 could be played, but then yeah, white took, black took, and white took. So essentially, white just took a pawn, just a pawn for free, and then the h7 is hanging. So yeah, I just don't fully understand what black did here, because the position looks just not good. Yeah, I mean white is pawn up, and that's all. I don't see any compensation. Of course, the d pawn is isolated and might not be so easy to win the game, but we are not speaking about winning the game already, but just a clear and not a small advantage. So maybe at this point, or even this point, as I said, maybe knight c3, bc. I slightly prefer white structure as this is isolated, but maybe these pawns are also not easy, not easy to do anything with them. C pawn might be backward, so maybe that's not all that simple, and that's just the way to play for black. Yeah, this looks like a normal position. Meanwhile, after rook e8, queen c2, yeah, some real trouble started. Yeah, why just grab the pawn? It's a very difficult situation, which I just don't like. White is just clearly better. And I have a question in the chat. How is that dragon game developing? Yeah, I'm also curious. So let's see the game. Jacek Tomczak and Aleksander Mishta. Yeah, I promised we will be keeping an eye on this game because we all love dragons. So after h4, h5, yeah, bishop h6 has been played. Of course, white is happy to exchange those bishops. First of all, this is a very strong bishop. Black really loves this bishop, and without this bishop, any black's attack is not as strong. Secondly, the bishop also is a defensive piece. It stays near the king, so if it's missing, then all those squares like g7, h6 are just weakened. And you can't move your pawn back. So with this exchange, white also introduces the attack, just a direct attack against black's king. So black played knight e5, just to improve the knight, maybe to take care of the g4 break so that f3 is hanging. Also, the knight is looking at g4, so knight e5 is okay. Also, the knight can come to c4, that's typical. And white continues to exchange the bishops, jump into d5, and yeah, white wants to trade yet another piece, which is defending the king. So if we trade another knight, then the king feels the danger. So yeah, but black cannot run away with this knight. I mean, of course, he doesn't want to go to e8, g8. That would be terrible. So, and he cannot stay here because white will take it. So he took on d5, and then white takes on d5, and getting some space. Yeah, certainly with this move. And maybe at some point getting ready for, I don't know, like bishop e2, g4. Without those two pieces, well, the black's king will certainly feel the heat. And meanwhile, on the queen side, as I said, black is trying to push here, but he is very far from doing this. I mean, even if he plays some b5, yeah, b5, let's say even like now, how he's going to play further? I mean, a5 is not really a move. I mean, white is covering it. Maybe he may consider knight c4, but then this long diagonal, whoops, not like that. This diagonal will be open. So not easy thing. After knight c4, I can just ignore it, like give a check on d4. Yeah. So I'm really afraid that black's position is not all that simple. It's not all that simple here. Okay, so let me look at some other games. Now, what are the other possible games to have a look at? And Yeah, maybe let's see the game Olivia Kiobasa and Yulia Osmak. We've been looking at this earlier. Uh, yeah, and g6 was the move. As I said, black wanted to open the king side. So okay, white just took on g6, fg, and played g3. g3 is the move to develop the bishop to h3. As you see, now the e6 square is a weakness, and the bishop on f1 was doing nothing. So that's the perfectly understandable move. And after rook f8, bishop h3, knight f5, this way black covers e6. And maybe black will be ready to play some g5, h5, I don't know, like this. Could be dangerous. I mean, maybe objectively the position is still around equal, but I mean, from the practical point of view, it feels like black's play is just easier. Yeah, and so we'll see. Now it is white to move. So Olivia is thinking. Um, it's hard to improve the pieces. I'm not sure where to go. Yeah, but I think she's ready to make the move, and she played knight to h2. Okay, this looks also logical, as she wants to put it to g4. Then maybe think about f6, but is that a good move? Maybe also she wants to bring the queen, but no, she cannot, because if she moves the queen, well, the c2 pawn will fall. So I really like black's position. I mean, knight g4 is not really doing much. Yeah, knight f6, it's not a threat. Meanwhile, black will just kick the knight with h5, and yeah, if some h5, h4, just for instance, this will come. Well, the king on g1 will really will not be happy here. So I like black's position. So yeah, which other games shall we have a look? Um, Maybe the first board of the match, Wisnia Mała and Racibórz. As Christian Kuzmic is playing Niklas Huschenbeeth, and Niklas is strong grandmaster from Germany, more than 2600, and Christian Kuzmic is a very strong international master. And Christian plays some funky openings. So after e4, c5, you don't see very often such moves like d3. That's doesn't look too ambitious. However, it's not like unambitious. It's just a normal move. Um, it may possibly transpose to some close Sicilians. Yeah. So d3, knight f6, g3. That's the way to go. And black goes d5. So white goes knight d2. So we essentially transpose into some King's Indian attack, which is like a King's Indian defense, but with a color reversed, so usually with some extra tempo. And yeah, after these moves, this is exactly the like King's Indian with the extra tempo for white. But this extra tempo is actually, of course, it's better to have extra tempo than not, unless it's some Zugzwang, but it's not the case here. But it's if you play as white, you want to fight maybe not only for the advantage, but at least keep some initiative. And the openings for black are sometimes designed to equalize, not to fight again for the advantage or some initiative. So objectively, this setup is not giving white anything. Well, it's just black is just totally fine here. But maybe that's the position he likes to play. Okay, I'm actually certain he likes to play this, but against experienced players, yeah, they don't feel like it's a problem to play the position without the tempo as black as they believe it's just normal. So yeah, let's see how it goes. 98, 91. How to explain this? I mean, both sides think about moving their pawns to f5, f6, or white certainly wants to play, oops, f4. And also, yeah, black likes his knight to d6. So this is a very good square because from here the knight, you know, is ready to play f5 and is also ready to play b5. So the d6 square is a place for the knight. And after f4, he just goes a6. Now, yeah, it feels like he wants to play b5, knight d2 f3, e takes f4, g takes f4, and f5. Okay. So committal decisions here. But after e5, the knight found a very good place on f7. White has a very strong center here, but the other pieces are not, protecting these pawns, I would say. I mean, there is some space, but black has some space on this side of the board. So white is lacking some space to maneuver the pieces. I mean, especially I would say about this knight on e1. Well, these knights are stepping on each other's toes. So I understand what black wants to do, and especially after his next move. I mean, he feels like it is him who has the space advantage on here, and he wants to fight against these pawns, and he wants to prepare g5. It may look dangerous because you're not supposed to move pawns in front of your own king. Yeah, but he is quite sure that he has so many pieces around. Meanwhile, white does not have anything on the g file. Yeah, and this knight on e1 stands in a way. So yeah, if he reaches g5, then the e5 square will be very, very weak. So very good play by Niklas Huschenbeeth. He just plays all the moves which are very healthy, and that's the way to play. So we'll see how it goes later. And for now, yeah, let's see some other games. Okay, there is some more results in the game Charnota and Moranda. I see it was a draw, so I will just very quickly show so I will show the diagram, and yes, indeed, it is understandable that they agreed draw. Like the position is very, very closed. White has the bishop pair, but yeah, as I said, it's very closed and hard to make a passed pawn. Of course, in a way, it's like these players respect each other, so they feel like believe that their opponent will not make a significant mistake, because despite the fact the position is around equal, it doesn't mean that it has to be a draw. Of course not. And against weaker players, they would certainly continue and try all the even simple and cheap tricks. But here, yeah, they decided that maybe it's good to take a rest, and yeah, as no one managed to get some clear advantage, yeah, just make a draw. So here it is. So let's see. Let's see some other games. Okay. Yeah, let's see the next board. of that match. Michał Olszewski against Marcin Dziuba. Yeah, and maybe we can see it from the very beginning, because that's the similar position to the game. I don't know who was playing white, but Marcin Dziuba was black, and he won very, very nice game 2 days ago in the Sveshnikov, where he just launched a very strong attack on the king side. But today he played a Najdorf Sicilian. So how he got that structure? I think in Najdorf it's also quite common to get the structure. Yeah, here. Yeah, those are the opening moves, well-known theories. And okay, now white jumped into d5. So this was forced, and yeah, now black can play for this f5. Meanwhile, white will try his best to try to open up the queen side, as he has the pawn majority on this side. Yeah, so but first Marcin played bishop g4. I don't fully understand this move, but in his previous game he also played first bishop f5, then I think put it to g6 and then played f5. So maybe he doesn't like his bishop to stand in a way here, because he wants to connect the rooks and first play bishop and then plays f5. I asked him during the interview, and he somehow explained this way. So that's what he means. So after c4, now he played e4, forcing exchange of the bishops, and then he just launches with those pawns. Yeah, now f4. Maybe it's not the immediate threat because white will take on c5 and this will be hanging, but f4 is in the air. And after b4, knight jump to d3. Well, this one is hanging, but white found a very nice square on b6. Yeah, and the difference between this position and the game Marcin played 2 days ago is that, first of all, white managed to push his pawns much further, and now he also plays f3 to fight for the center. So it's not like in that game, like black had the free risk attack. I still believe like black's chances are nice, but it's not the same story. It's not as easy as there. So maybe let's see also the next board. Piotr Michalik, a player from Czech Republic, a grandmaster, against Tomasz Warakomski. So they're playing next to that board. So let's see. Yeah, so Tomasz Warakomski decided to go for the Philidor. Yeah, that's also a very rare opening, but yeah, a playable one. So knight f3, knight b2 d7, and bishop to c4, and bishop e7. So what's going on here? That's the well-known theory. Rook e1, c6, h3. Yeah, I'll just go through those moves. These are just very typical Philidor defense. And now knight fd7. Okay. This I'm not sure if it's still theory. I learned Philidor myself a little bit, but I'm not an expert in it, so I'm not sure if knight fd7 is the move. But of course, the idea of Philidor is just to play, on those. Well, keeps his pawn on e5, maybe also a5, but the rest pieces usually are, on those squares. You see, it feels a bit strange, like black is lacking some space, but somehow these pieces are maneuvering around, and it's not easy for white to open the game. And so it's yeah, I like this for the blitz games, as I don't fully believe in this opening in the classical, but yeah, sometimes it can be played. So now black decided to release the tension and took on d4 and put the knight on c4. So you see, these are just knight jumps and playing just around without much space, but yeah, pieces somehow have their squares. So queen e2, just rook e8, rook d1, queen c7, yeah, f4, and yeah, yet another move like bishop f8, just mm, keep his pieces on you know, on the 8th rank. But it's very solid, and now he's just hitting the e4 pawn. So white decided to play queen f3, and now black took the bishop pair, knight b3, c takes b. Why not the knight? That could be a good question, but I think if he takes with the knight, then maybe he was afraid of knight to c4, and the knight will be just very, very irritating. So he took with the pawn on b3, knight d7, f5, rook a6, queen g3, rook b6, and yeah. Well, I mean, this whole maneuver is of course logical. I mean, he wants to fight, against the weak b3 pawn, but I would be really scared of this bishop. But somehow at this moment it doesn't look like white can make use of it. So maybe all in all, it's all playable. But certainly it does look a bit strange. But with this move, well, maybe next he wants to play knight c5. Yeah, that could be the idea. Of course, he also has to think about those f6 moves and so on. But yeah, might not be so bad for black. Looks strange, but yeah, not so bad. So a very, very big developments in the game by Kacper Piorun and Pentala Harikrishna. So against one of the strongest Polish players, against India's number 2. Wow, what's going on? I mean, this was the position I've been talking about, and I liked Black's bishop pair and that he is opening the position. However, from the static point of view, yeah, I was looking at those possibilities. But yeah, but of course, for now, the threat of was to take on e5. So Kacper decided to get rid of this annoying pin and played queen d3. However, now black took on f3, queen takes f3, and just snatched the pawn. And isn't it a free pawn? Well, it looks like. I'm just not sure whether he have some better move. I mean, I just don't like to give the pawn for free. Yeah, it feels certainly wrong. I mean, of course, if you take on f6, then queen takes, and then the pin is really, really dangerous. So it takes f6 might not be better, but yeah, some other move, I'm sure there is something better, or he had to play something else earlier. Because yeah, this is very, very dangerous. I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, yeah, I mean, at least this rook c1, at least if black takes on e5, maybe I'll take the c6 pawn, maybe, at least. So that I would certainly consider, because after queen d3, yeah, it's simple as it is. I mean, black just took a pawn. No, it's not a rocket science. I mean, and now where's the compensation? I don't see any. I don't see any single you know, compensation for it. So, mm, rook ac1. Okay, attacking in c6, but queen d7. Yeah, knight c5. Okay, the extra pawn is doubled, but it's not such a big issue as the pawn is just free to go. So even if black didn't have the pawn on, let's say, c7, I still would just evaluate that black is better. So rook e8, rook c2. Yeah, okay, white is maybe not lost, but much, much, much worse. So this doesn't look good. Okay. Um, yeah. If you have any comments, just write in the chat. I'm reading it, but I don't understand everything. So if you want to request something, then just write more clearly what you would like to see. So, what are the other games? Interesting games. There are like 30 games, of course. Some of them are already finished, like 4 draws already. Yeah, but so there are like 26 games in progress. So let me know if you found something interesting I should look at. Meanwhile, I will try to find something interesting myself. The game we've been already looking a lot is this Olivia Kielbasa against Julia Osmak. I was interested what's going on there because it feels like black is doing some progress on the king side. So after knight h2, Julia played g5 immediately. Yeah. Maybe some h5 could be prepared, and yeah, and I see she wants to prepare it because after rook b2. I also understand that what white is doing. As I said, this bishop is very annoying and attacking the c2 pawn, so the queen couldn't move. So now after queen d8, overprotecting g5, now h5 was a threat. But now white was just in time to bring her queen to h5. Yeah, so no h5 for black. But black just played queen e7 first, just improving the position. And it is white to move. Okay, and well, I'm wondering how to make a progress. I mean, as I said, black would like to go with these pawns. Everything else is perfect, but how to do it? I mean, if we could put the knight to g7 somehow, that would be great. But how to do it? I mean, like you have to go from a8, so from c7. So yeah, I see the route like knight b8, knight a6, knight c7, knight e7, knight g7. Oh, that's the plan. Yeah, but it's a very long plan, so I'm not sure if that's the best. But it looks very interesting. I mean, just this knight is doing nothing here. So if you could just put the knight there and attack the queen, and then just go with those pawns. Yeah, breaking on the king side. So yeah, that would be really great for black. Meanwhile, I don't see what white is going to do. The rook is just stuck here, just defending a poor pawn on c2. That's not a best job in the world. just to defend the pawn, being a rook, which could swing across, the open files. The bishop is also stuck on c1. I mean, okay, it's doing some pressure here, but putting some pressure, but don't feel it. Okay, and white played the move knight into f1. Yeah, improving the knight somehow, but I don't know where this knight is going to. So, yeah. Yeah, let's... Okay. So I think we'll go for the short break now, but don't go away. We will be back soon, so stick around. There is a lot more to come. We are back with Keti. So before moving on to some chess analysis, I have to ask, where have you been and why did you leave me alone?
So I was at the chess event. It was Blitz event, about 1 hour away from here. So I left in the morning. I played 9 rounds, and I came back here to do commentaries. And you know what I brought?
So how many games did you win?
I won 7 games out of 9. I lost 2 games. We shared I shared from third to fifth, but I was fifth. I don't know why I was fifth, but I was fifth. And I don't know. I think this is for a women prize, right?
Yes, that's
So
right.
I grabbed 2 prizes. It was very
Okay.
successful, right, for me.
Okay.
But it was early morning, and of course, on the way back, I was looking and watching commentaries of you, which we have here on FIDE official channel on YouTube, as well as European Chess TV channel and Facebook channel. I was checking everywhere, and I was even writing comments.
Yeah, I saw. I saw
So,
it.
yes, I can tell you more about this tournament. This
Yeah, so
tournament
who was
was,
the top seed and
yes,
yeah.
this tournament was organized by our sponsor, one of our sponsor, Mokate. It was in the very lovely city named Goleshov.
Goleshov, I guess.
Goleshov. Uh, and it was a blitz tournament. Time control was 5 minutes without increment. We played 9 rounds. There was something strange for me because mainly we have tournaments with time increment.
Like 3+2.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes, too many. So I had very dramatic games. I lost one game with no, you don't lose this kind of things unless it's blitz tournament. And then I realized, and I was like, okay, wake up, get this is something different, and it's just the
Yeah.
situation.
Then you speed up and
Yes.
yeah.
So we shared first 5th places, and the third was FIDE Master Viora in Enash.
Eneasz. Wiewióra Eneasz. I think he's a young player and yeah,
Yes.
I know.
Fourth was Cieślar Michael.
Cieślar Michał. Yeah.
Yes, and fifth, as already told you, was me. Second place was International Master Langer Ladislav. And the champion with 8 points, without losing, with 2 draws, was
Kyć
Jerzy.
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 Yes, Jerzy Kyć. Yeah, he's a very good at the blitz.
Yes.
You remember there was the European Championships in blitz in Katowice in 2017,
Yes.
and the winner was, if I'm not mistaken, Sergei Zhigauko.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
but he lost.
He won.
Yeah, and he lost 2 games because there were like a match and rematch. So in each round you played the 2 games. So Sergei Zhigauko lost 2 games in a row to the same player, and that was Jerzy Kyć.
Wow. Yes, we talked a little bit after the game, after the closing ceremony, and he told me this, that he won the champion. He won against Shikalka, and funny enough, people were afraid of me. You know, when someone new comes at the place, you know everyone. You don't know how that person will play. For me, I can never say that I just go and play just for joy. It's never like that. It's always you're taking semi-professional. I think at least I took semi-professional, even if it's just fun tournament. Because every game hurts. Nobody likes to lose, and I don't know. I was not that that monstrous they thought.
But okay, 5th place with those players,
Yes,
as I saw, they're not weak players, so it's
no,
yeah.
pretty strong players, and also what is very important, these people who I met and who were at the tournament seems like they are playing quite often
The
Blitz
Blitz, yeah.
tournaments, and they are very strong
Yeah,
also in the internet.
yeah.
So this is something that you should not underestimate your opponent. And
Hmm.
yes, you have this high rating maybe, but they have lots
Mm.
of
Yeah,
practice
yeah, yeah.
while you
And
may
that
don't
makes really the
have.
difference, especially in the
Yeah.
Blitz, because everything goes fast. So one, mistake, you're unsure, and yeah, it just goes other way. Like
Mm.
in a classical game, if you are not playing like for 1 year, you still have a more chance, to get into the game while it
Yes.
progresses. Here, it's just it's
Yes,
over quickly.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I play Rapid and Blades. If I play, of course, I enjoy, but mainly I play classical tournaments, and this is also 5 minutes without increment was something
Yeah.
different, but I really enjoyed. And what is more important for me is that I got a huge bag from Mokate full of
Ah.
coffees and teas. I was so happy to and cookies also.
Okay.
So
All right.
yeah. Now let's go
Yeah, let's go to, s-
check
to some
check the
games.
games.
And yeah, there are a lot of interesting developments already. Some games finished in a draw.
Yes,
Mm,
as always,
yes,
it's
as
happening from the
always.
round first.
Yes, yes.
It's we have some games after 1 hour and 1 hour 30. We have mainly draws. Some of them are arranged. Some of them are played. Which one is the most exciting
Yeah,
game?
maybe let's get back to the game of Olivia Kiełbasa and Julia Osmak, because that's the position I've left, and I've been talking a lot about it. And because there was this French in Winaware, which I really like, and I wasn't a fan of whole white setup as white castled on the king side, mm, and as the queen side is blocked, white doesn't have any play. I mean, like rook on b2, I was making fun of it, like, it's not the best job just to defend the poor pawn on c2. This doesn't look great. Meanwhile, it's not doing much on the half open file. But what black wants to do? I mean, black would like to push these pawns. This is very dangerous. But the problem is, well, how to get rid of this queen? And I found a plan, and I think let's just refresh the board. And I think um, Julia knows what to do. And because I came up with a plan uh, to go, yeah, here, 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 here.
Wow,
It's a
that's
very long
huge,
plan,
right?
but
As long road as I had
yeah,
today, but seems like White's attack on the queen side is stopped,
yeah.
and
It just
on the
never
king
it never
side,
even started.
mm,
Yeah,
king
yeah,
side it's impossible to start. It's even better for black if start.
yes,
So you think the next moves will be knight e6, c7,
yeah, it
e8,
and G7. Yeah,
just like this.
yes, and if she really succeeds in doing it, that would be, well, like from the textbook. I
Mm.
could show it to the kids during my sessions, like a classic game. I mean, well, it's very very
Yes.
nice. Um, yeah, so let's keep an eye on it. But I do enjoy this game already. So yeah.
Osmalik Yulia is quite interesting player. We saw very beautiful game yesterday against Buksa Natalia. She just organized everything,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
then
The
yes, this boom
finishing,
booms will not.
yeah, yeah, it was, yeah. I think I need to cut this from the stream and put
Mhm.
it online, because I think that were one of the best parts of those all the games yesterday. So I would put it as a highlights.
Yes.
um, okay, I think very important game to watch was game between Kacper Piorun and Pentala Harikrishna. And Kacper is in a huge trouble. Um, yeah, it was this position I just did not like fully. I mean, he took, but well, I thought maybe he needs to fight for some counterplay, but he played queen d3, and yeah, when he found himself in this position, well, I don't really like his position. I mean, as white from the opening, he just lost a pawn, and okay, a few more moves. So, as I said, okay, the pawns were doubled, but even if I don't have the c7 pawn, I still prefer black because this pawn is moving forward, and that's simple as it is. I mean, like rook c2, rook e1, black just wants to trade the rook, also making his king a bit weaker. H3 and d4. I mean, simple as it is, and these pawns are moving. I mean, it could be that black is, maybe even winning. I mean, the advantage is huge. So, and Kasper already lost so much time.
Yes, he has less than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And about 18 more moves to go.
Yeah. So, really, I'm not a fan of what he did today in the opening, because he really quickly ended up in a huge trouble. So yeah, yeah. So maybe yeah. First, I'll go also to the game Jacek Tomczak and Aleksander Mishta, because that was the game I've been looking at a lot. So that was the Dragon Sicilian, one of my favorite opening names. And yeah, I said just that Black has really hard time generating some counterplay. It's not easy. I mean, you can play b5, but what else? I mean, a5 is not coming. Knight c4, then always queen d4 check, and this g4, if it comes, it can be devastating. So Alexander chose queen b6, blocking his own b pawn, but at least trying to cover these squares. And after bishop e2, played rook bc8, maybe preparing some knight c4, but okay, white is very fast. g4, no gh is a threat. Oops. So black took, white took, and yeah, I really like white's position. I mean, yeah, this looks very dangerous. I mean, the king is not safe.
He's about to go and to play a move, but he's not sure. He just make a movement like he's playing, but you see again.
Yeah, he
he's
would like
not
to play
playing.
maybe some knight c4, so in case takes.
He's
there is
hesitating
some,
here.
But after knight c4, I can just give a check, and that's not gonna look good. So yeah, hard to make a move here, really hard. I just I want what he
Took
did.
on g4.
Yeah, maybe that's the best chance. At least if you have to suffer, let's just suffer
So
for
with the
a
extra
pawn.
pawn.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, don't suffer for free. This is yeah.
Don't suffer for free.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Okay. So which games next shall we have a look? Maybe Monika Sochka.
We can take a
Yeah.
look at the game of Monika Sochko
Yeah,
playing
I haven't.
against Antola Yulia.
Yes, I haven't looked at this game today yet, so maybe that's a good moment to take a quick look what's going on there. As yeah, both players certainly are very entertaining players,
Yeah.
and here, wow. Okay, maybe let's quickly see. Maybe without going too deeply, but let's see. There was the Greenfield defense. That's the well-known theory, but let's just see quickly how it was. So, yeah, this still looks like a very typical position after 12 moves. So, d5. I think it's still theory. White is not afraid to lose this rook, as just for instance, takes, and let's say the knight goes away, then bishop h6.
It's
At
going
least, yeah.
back anyway.
Yes, at least, and then provoking some f6. So it's all in all, that's probably not good for black. So bishop f3, bishop f3, and knight e5. So again, I'm talking about the bishop pair. All the time I just saw that in almost every game I'm talking about the bishop pair, but that's important thing.
Yes,
Especially
we
here.
clearly see this power of pair bishops
Yeah.
of the game.
Yeah.
Yesterday's game, round 3, Kacper Piotr, he just used this advantage clearly and quite well.
Yes. So b6 and rook to c1. Yeah, rook c1 is good, just taking the open file. Knight d7, f4. So white is just enjoying the center, and rook c8, rook c5. Yeah, simple as it is. I mean, white just pushes the pawns, and the bishops are behind, covering it. So not an easy position for Yulia, and she played f6, trying to fight on the against white center, but she is down to less than 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Monica has 56 minutes, so a huge time disadvantage for Yulia, and not an easy position to be in. Yeah, I'm afraid that white is just much better here.
White is much better, clearly, but the question is, what should white do here? Because there's a threat in the center.
Yes, you need to do something about this pawn. I mean, you don't want to protect it with a queen, I guess. Queen e4, queen a1. Not so sure. As always, there is also rook c6 you have to think, and there is move. Oh, yeah. So the best defense is the attack, as the well-known saying goes. Bishop g4.
So what is the idea behind it? If black takes on c6, b takes c6, and if black takes now on e5,
yeah, then we
just right away, and c7, and this bishop g4 supports c pawn.
Yeah, and that's game over. So, of course, black will not play this way, but this was just to illustrate you that this is dangerous. Maybe rook c6 has to be played. If you go f5, then I just drop back, and wow, this is just,
This is just, you just give a signature on this card.
But if you take, then what to do? I mean, maybe queen c7, but then, for example, just simple takes, and check, and just grab the pawn, maybe. Although that might not be so clean. I mean, because if you just take, then I take.
Take on f6 at first.
But if you take, maybe. I was looking if I can take.
Bishop d7.
Okay, maybe first, but then I take. You know, I keep those ideas. Like, I have some counterplay.
Right.
So maybe you take, I take.
Or on c6, it's way more dangerous pawn for black.
I mean, maybe there is no need to rush. I mean, I believe like white is much better. But
Julia just made a move. What was her move? It was rook b8.
Rook
she didn't really spend too much time, and she decided to play what opponent threats.
She was just afraid that she will, have less and less time. So she just decided that rook b8 is not losing. So let's just make this move. Maybe it's not so bad. I don't know. But certainly black is under the pressure. So
let's check out the game. Kuzmich.
Yeah, Kuzmich.
Against Hashim.
Fuschenberg. Yeah, it's like in German. Yes. So yeah, I've been looking at it a little bit. earlier, and yeah, I left this game here, and after h6, of course, this shows what Black's plan is. He was preparing to go g5, and as I said, don't move the pawns in front of your king. However, there is no way White can really attack Black's king, so g5 is a very strong idea. But before trying this at home, you have to double check if it's really good. But before moving in g-pawn, Black decided just that he needs to improve the position, on the entire board. So
Yes.
b5
I like that
just,
he's trying to control on the
yeah.
queen side as well. Center is closed, and he will, if he takes control over queen side, then king side is on his territory.
Yeah, if allowed, White would have played b4, gaining some counterplay. He already, prepared so many pieces, like with the rook, the knight, and so on. Okay. But after b5, there is some problem with the c pawn, so b3 had to be played. And then what this knight is doing here? Just very bad piece. So he still further, improved his position, just went out from this diagonal after king h1. Now just play g5. He controls entire board. So queen e2, g4, knight g1, and now also the move I like. It's simple, but it's always funny to see the knight moving here just to be
At the end of the
rotated.
chessboard.
Yeah, knight a3, knight a3. Now b4. Oops, too fast. Let's just move it. Knight a3, b4, knight c2, and knight g6.
Even though Black closed both queen side and the king side, still there is a path to open it with
Yeah.
a pawn and h pawn.
Yeah, and White's e-pawn, it feels strong, but you're not going
Yeah,
to
it's
move it.
blockaded. Yes.
So blocked so well, and you see those White pieces. What are they doing? Very hard position. Like, it feels like White is getting just positionally outplayed. So,
What about David Navarra?
let's see.
He's always having very nice positions.
Yeah, he's playing against Bartłomiej Berla. So, I left this position at this point when I thought like White is solid, but I prefer slightly black because of the bishop pair yet again. Yeah, because you can't keep this game too close for too long. And these bishops will start, especially this one will start playing. So if I rook c1, cd, ed, and knight to f8. Well, yeah,
Very
more
nice
pressure
transfer
here.
to attack on d4 pawn.
Yeah, queen d2, little move a6. But maybe he will play b5, and also he prepares queen d6 and not to be hit by knight b5, as it happened now. Queen d6, knight e5, knight e6. Yeah, f4 and b5. Well, king h1 and b4. So Black is trying just to open the position as much as possible. AB, queen b4. Now this d4 pawn is just hanging. So rook cd1, rook a d8, queen f2, a5. So for a long time it felt like, oh, this is a bad bishop and so on. But well, first of all, it just protects the important pawn. So, and it doesn't feel like, oh, this bishop is stuck there. If needed, well, it can also go here. At the moment, it will stay on b7 for some time because it's needed, but we just don't feel like it will have issues like in the future.
And this bishop is perfect here right now because it's
Also,
defending the weakness in White's Black's position.
yeah.
Yeah, so far it doesn't show that it's
Yeah.
a terrible piece which doesn't have any future to
Yes.
to come in the game.
Yes, and there are two more moves, rook d2 and a4. So black is just going with this a pawn forward, just to be ready to dislodge the knight from c3 and
Mm-hmm.
gain some space. So white is under some pressure, I guess.
Yeah. A very nice position is happening now. We can see centralized rook, uh, while there are queens on the board and knight on the board, and another rook. Still, we have this rook in the center, and let's see how it gets it
Yes,
there.
so
This is a game. Shustakovsky, Anthony, and our co-commentator, Volsky Krzysztof.
yes. Okay. Yeah, maybe just let's very quickly see from the opening because it's quite related because that's classical Nimzo Indian and this F3 line,
Mm.
which actually is can often transpose to those lines if you go A3. And those games by Botvinnik are very well known.
Very sharp positions. White
Yes.
just says that I want to have a control over the center, and then I will attack your king.
Yes, so this is the position when white can just, for example, play this way castles, and then just
And
to
slowly
maybe
play e4 and
or g4 or
or
e4.
g4, and already very
Yeah, and
unpleasant to
there's
play with
I
black.
always love to swing rook across if
Mm.
possible. If it comes, then it's just. I think this year in January I played not in this exact position, but against the Nimzo Indian, where I had my pawn on a3. I managed to play rook a2 and rook g2, and that was devastating. And I was like, oh, I played like Botvinnik.
And you're satisfied by
Yes,
by
yeah, I was. So here, let's see. This is all the well-known stuff, and towards the position we are about to reach, this explains how White managed to keep such a great center. Yeah, knight g3, knight b3. I'm not entirely sure if black's play is the best here, because normally I would like my pawn on c5 and just to break the center and not like losing so much time just to take the bishop. However, it's not a bad bishop because the pawn is already on e4. So bishop g5 was
Yes, this bishop here
serious.
on c1 may look badly with this a3, c3, e3 pawns, but in this pawn structure, this is very normal to play e4, open the bishop, and then it can get very dangerous.
Yeah, and
bishop
the
as
attack,
well.
as Botvinnik proved, can be so dangerous. Like you can even lose the a3 pawn, for example.
Yes.
But
But
still,
in
the
that
attack.
positions, white needs the bishop on d3, right?
I mean, it's still dangerous. I mean,
Mm.
like if I put the knight to f5 and so on, like
Mm.
I have a lot of pieces. But okay, knight c1, rook c1, king h8, and now just c4. Yeah, a lovely center. So black took on e4 and played some knight g4. Yeah, trying to just play around these pawns. But yeah, white is so well uh, developed here. So rook d8, h3, knight h6, rook d5, queen e7, rook f1, just improving. So I'm quite happy that Antoni has played such a well game. In recent months, he didn't have his best results, but he's a good player. I mean, he was a best Polish player under 18 in last year. And now he's no longer a junior player, and he's yeah. But in last months, as I said, he couldn't find a form. But in this tournament, he's doing very well. So yeah, we'll see.
Well, yes.
And we'll see how many bottles he will.
Yes.
He will
He is now about three.
free.
He says every day when we, of course we are talking about these bottles numbers, and he says that the other games it was so short that he could not progress more than 3 bottles.
Yeah.
So
So today we expect more.
yes, and also it was very funny. After the game, we had dinner, and he grabbed 3 glasses
Oh.
all together in hands. And you made a comment about
Yes,
it.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he
that
says
was
that.
for his friends. He doesn't drink that much. But during the game, it's very important to drink
Yeah,
a lot
liquids.
because well, it's a sport. Yeah, and so many hours you need to drink and
Yeah, your
need to
body
refresh.
requires, and
Yes.
especially in this tournament, it is very much visible because uh, usually we are limited with down to 1 bottle because we're carrying it with us, and now you just can walk and you
Yeah.
can have it from the fridge.
Drink.
It's
Yeah.
cold and it's for free.
Yeah.
So I was thinking when, I think yesterday or some other day, like, oh my God, these people are drinking so much liquids. It was so sure and so obvious that uh,
Yeah.
this sponsorship should come like earlier a little bit.
Yeah, let's hope just it's the beginning and it will continue. Um, yeah, so we have few more moves in this game. So Krzysztof played rook d6 when Anthony played like rook h5. Well, this knight on h6 is, I would put it with the red. I mean, it's not a happy piece, yeah, because if it
Unhappy
moves,
piece, unhappy night.
yeah, always some e5 could be there, also some knight f5. So actually, it's important to stay here because it covers important squares, but but it just doesn't look great. And okay, Krzysztof played rook to f6. He tries to exchange some pieces. If he manages to
Yeah,
exchange,
and then
then
just I
it's
was
okay.
now
Yeah.
looking at the board. This c pawn stops c and d, and f pawn stops e pawn. So how
Yes.
what would proceed? And okay, can create a pass pawn on e6 or
No,
d6.
we can. I mean, I don't know if rook e1 is the best, but let's say rook e1, and then I just go e5 and d5. Also, some knight e4 could come.
Yes, so if
Some knight
white
e4, knight
trades the
g5.
pieces, this space, what these 3 centralized pawns gives, it won't be so visible, and that's why white has to keep as much pieces on the board as possible, and rook e1 might be very logical here.
Yes, yes. And what's also important that Anthony is playing pretty fast in this game. He has 45 minutes. Um, yeah, so so very good timing, and Krzysztof Bulski only 18 minutes.
And how many moves do you go? It's 16 more
Six till
moves.
16. Yeah, so 45 minutes. It's a lot. I usually struggle to have 45 minutes after 20 moves. I think I rarely have that much after 20.
You don't have much time after 20
No,
moves?
usually after 20 I have like 30 minutes.
Oh,
I
no.
very rarely have.
I like to play a little bit fast if I know the opening, or even
Yeah.
if I don't know, just to play more natural moves and more logical moves, rather than to calculate every move, because there's always some time when I need some time.
Yes, that's true.
After some,
But yeah, but I play so strange openings that it's I have to think early on. Yeah, that's the thing.
yeah,
But because if you play like the let's say Najdorf, you can
mhm,
after 20 moves sometimes you can have like 1 hour 30 minutes.
yeah,
But
that's true.
when I play such strange openings, I
By
think
the
that
way,
that's
I
the
had
big part.
Bangkok Gambit today. My opponent played in the last round. It was so funny situations. I had so many funny situations. Um, there was like 2 drawers,
Hmm.
in my game, and when the first time my opponent offered me draw, I didn't understand. I thought he made a joke, and I laughed.
But
It looked
but did
so
he say
bad.
it in English
No,
or
no, no,
no?
in Polish, in
But
Polish.
did you understand that he's offering a
No,
draw? Ah, you
absolutely
just
not.
thought he just said something.
I thought he doesn't only said something, he made a joke.
Okay.
And I laughed, and it was so bad to like I offer you draw, like oh. So I was after when I learned it, it was a little bit embarrassed because it was the situation when my bishop was stacked. I had knight and bishop against rook, but my bishop was stacked. And if I lose a bishop, I lose. I'm exchanged down, and I'm losing position. And I found some idea, and I thought he made a joke about this idea. And I
Okay.
started laughing, and he was like, hmm. And the final game with Banco Gambit, my opponent told me something. Then I learned that this was a draw offer, and when I heard, I didn't hear, just I understood something was terrible. And then I was thinking, like, did he offer me draw again? And then, oh my God, I have to play because I don't have much time and there's not increment. And if he did not play, you will just waste your time. So I continued to play.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a funny situation.
Yeah. Okay. So which games next? Which games next? Here we will still we'll have a look at this
Another
game
game
later on.
finished with a draw. Uh, in the team Akademia Szachowa Gliwice against Wieża Pięgów.
Pełngów.
Pięgów.
You don't need to use either. I mean like pię, not
Pię,
peł. With a
Pięgum.
peł.
We have
Peł.
2-2 right now. We have 4 draws, which means one side has 2 points, another has 2 points. Draws were played on the second board, third board, fourth board, and sixth board. So fifth board and the first board is still in progress. Here we have on the first board Tomczak playing against Mista. I think this is the most exciting game in this match, and I think that will decide the winner of the today's match.
Yeah, so maybe let's just quickly get to that position. Not so much has changed. I mean, because this was the position we were looking at. Knight takes g4, and we said like if black has to suffer at least for the pawn. So yeah, white certainly has some attack, but well, if let's say queens are getting exchanged, then black is winning the endgame. That's always nice thing to keep. So of course, white will not exchange queens. I don't know if some queen g5 is not the idea. Yeah, like this looks good, but
yes, also h5.
yeah, also some
But
h5.
there's not bishop f5 because rook takes f5
Yes,
and
precisely.
it is pin.
So
Oh, hold on, not so easy. Bishop f5, rook f5, rook h5.
Yeah, then you have to.
I was training.
Yes, then you have to. We have to calculate even further.
Yes, let's do it.
So takes, check. Where to go to?
Yeah, that's the question.
If you go to
king,
e8
yes.
or g8, then I just take on
Take
g6
G and then H.
Then it's simple. So you have to go here.
Yes.
Then I take.
And now
You may hide here.
I was thinking.
I don't have even check. And I don't have even this move. Okay, of course, black could play rook h8, and still I'm
no,
not so
thank
sure.
you. I will go for a mate.
But it's not
It's
mate.
not a mate. Knight c1 is coming.
Okay, it's not mate, but still rook h8 seems to be
enough
holding, yeah. Like
enough.
queen f6, but still this. Yeah, it should be holdable. So maybe queen g5 bishop f5. It's not so simple. Not so simple. So maybe it's first some knight d4. I don't
No,
know.
it just happened 94 in the game.
Okay, yeah. When I
Probably
just
he wants
mentioned,
to
yeah.
put the knight on the best square here, and there is some threats at knight f5 afterwards with some checks.
Yeah, he can maybe also double like that.
Yeah.
The rook is good here because it's okay. First of all, it's ready to double, but it also protects this knight, so the queen can swing somewhere. So yeah, it's. I believe white has very strong attack.
Yeah, this
for
queen
the pawn.
b6 is really misplaced here.
Yeah,
Should
but
find some nice spot.
I mean, it's misplaced, but in a lot of lines it was just covering the d4 pawn, d4 square. I mean, without this queen, I mean, queen d4 would just be game over. So yeah, it's sometimes badly placed queen just doing the important job. Like
Yeah.
you have to. Yeah. Someone has to do a dirty job sometimes. So that's the life of a queen on b6. Yeah. Maybe the future will be better.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Also, as we mentioned, fifth part is in the progress, and here we have top cantons playing against Plat Wojtek. Wojtek.
Wojtek. I'm not sure how it's the pronunciation, but we can say Wojta.
Wojtek.
Wojta Plat. Yeah, he's a good grandmaster. Usually very relaxed. He just is doing his job. And what's the position like? So material is equal, but is the game equal?
That's the question.
Yeah.
We have to find the answer, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least to try. And the bishop is hanging, so the knight is. But if we move,
It's white to move, right?
yeah, it's white to move. Yeah, so what can take it? And it feels like white is slightly better. That's the first impression. The bishop is better than the knight. We could even go rook d7. Yeah. And this is not so funny to play.
What do you think? It is white to move, right?
Yeah, so this is the position. But I would take on b2, yeah, because okay, but we can also consider knight c7. I mean, what's this? Then rook a2.
Okay, too, yeah.
But if we can,
Knight
yeah,
c7 just happened in the board.
yeah, because maybe this is winning. I mean, the position after rook b2 I've been showing, white must be better, but maybe it's not that much. Well, knight c7, if calculated precisely, could be winning.
Could be.
Could be winning. I mean,
let's take a look. Rook a2, and
I mean,
what is white's idea
yeah,
here? White to give this
forced.
pawn.
Rook a2. This is yeah, or rook c8 maybe. Because
No.
no, but let's see. Rook a2, then I just go knight d5, for example, and then I just go rook b1. Isn't it over?
Rook a6.
Okay, then maybe I will try to play for the direct attack.
Knight king f7.
Okay. Like rook into d7.
I'm not sure about this move because rook a1 and bishop e5 comes with checks and.
Yeah, I always have some g3.
Yes.
So after rook d7, I would say white is clearly better, but maybe it's not like the finishing blow. So, but how about rook b1 instantly? Then rook c6, yeah, holds the game. So maybe rook a2 is playable, but my feeling is like it's very hard. We also can include f3 at some point, but no, but then some bishop d4 check. So we need to be, it's not so easy. But
That's
as I
right.
said, I'm just sure. My gut feeling is, it can't be, it cannot be okay. Mm. We could also maybe, I don't know, give some check, but then king f7. Hmm. I can hardly believe.
Yeah,
Hardly
very
believe.
interesting position in the game. Brodowski, Hracek.
Okay, so let's have a look at this. Let's see. Yeah. That was some kind of King's Indian,
Hmm?
where White managed to push on the queen side.
How the rook got on a4?
No, I think just from a1, no?
Yeah, why?
Rook to a4, just to prepare b4.
Like this? I've seen tutorial before from b1,
Oh, okay.
but I have never seen a game from a4. This is very much fancy.
Yeah. Yeah, but in current situation, rook on a4 looks good. Yeah.
Mhm.
It can go to c4 maybe. This is what Black was looking at. So yeah, it's
B takes c5. Here Black has a couple
yeah,
of options,
yeah, but he
but
already took with the
most
knight.
natural is knight takes c5, which just happened, and rook is hanging. Now White has to make a decision. I don't like bishop takes c5 to trade this bishop to
No,
knight
just
yet.
split with the rook. Now the bishop takes c5 is the idea, because
No,
then
this
you will have to take with the pawn at the end. And
this can be a problem because knight e4 is hanging.
what? Knight
Oh no
e4?
no, bishop f1.
Yeah,
Sorry.
this is protected. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, this looks very good for White, I would say. Like if you go f4, then I just take.
Mm-hmm.
I take, and this is ready to go. Maybe even instantly.
Even this one.
Okay, still it's tricky because I will lose this pawn, and I don't like losing pawns, but then maybe knight a4. Yeah, something like that. All in all, I believe like White is better. A bit at least.
I agree with you, but I also believe that Black has some hidden ideas here.
Yes, I
Also,
mean
this
it's
king side pawn race can be a little bit dangerous. That because it can might weak the key, and also the problem here is that if you change some pieces, the a5 bishop pawn can be like a problem.
yes, yes. Usually in those King's Indians, even if objectively one side is just clearly better, mm, there are still a lot of resources. So,
Hmm.
so yeah. Mm, yeah, talking about this game, maybe just quickly look at the game which is nearby, Kuzmich Hushenbith. We've looked at this game earlier. We left it at this point when we said like Black is having the advantage on both wings.
Right.
So bishop e1. Well, those always pieces are on the first and second rank.
Yeah, because it doesn't have any space.
Yes.
That's the power of the pawns, that um, you might have a space for your own pieces.
So h5, ab, cb, queen f2. Yeah. White is trying to fight maybe against this pawn somehow. I mean, I know
I don't like
Christian.
this pawn structure. Like to change this pawn structure. Like even this d pawn is now can be a weakness. Not a weakness, but it will be under the pressure, right?
So you prefer to play, let's say a5, yes, and
Uh,
ab, and just take with this way, yeah.
this no. This can be like white can go for a line right now.
But is it really doing much? I mean, White can play here, but that's all. Meanwhile,
It's
this
something, and you're
is
giving some extra play. But what
yeah, but
about b takes a3 instead?
hmm, yeah, that could be also the option. Like you have to take, and then it will take ages to, maybe not ages, maybe 2 moves,
Hmm.
mm, but of course black can play a5. Let's
Mm.
let's say h5, knight c2, a5. Could be, yeah,
I
the
know,
way to
but
go.
he made this decision, and I believe that might be better decision because he understands this position uh, totally better because he just started to play himself from the first move, and he feels the position. Still, these pawns are coming. H pawn is coming. A pawn, not so much.
Yeah, the bishop can come to c5 if
Mhm.
needed. So all in all, I just still believe like
Black stands better.
yes, black stands better. I mean, but I know Christian very well. He is a master of playing on the first two ranks. I mean, because he plays all those, how to say it, like rat openings, like
Mm.
e4, g6,
Mm.
d6, and with white also usually one g3, or as he played one e4, c5, d3. There's even a funny story that myself, I once played 2d3 against Sicilian, and
Mhm.
one player, he's even playing here, but he said he was sitting next to me
Mm.
because we had similar ratings, and he just looked at me and he just said out loud that my grandma is playing more active. Yeah, so this is not the most active opening, but
Yes, but
this is
everybody
what
has
he likes
a
to do.
style. Meanwhile, Monica Sochko is playing uh, quite
Julia, yeah.
nicely. Let's check this game. Let's go back. She's playing to Julia Antolak.
Yeah, let's have a look.
So we have some changes here.
Yeah,
F
so
pawns are gone.
this was the position. The bishop g4 was the move, attacking the rook on c8, which has just moved to b8, and just see what was how the game progressed. So rook e1, fe, fe. Okay, the pawn couldn't be taken because of bishop c5. So king h8 was the move, but then bishop g5, and yeah, these bishops, yeah, they are looking good. I mean, d6 is a threat, so black moved the queen, but then it allowed rooks to c7, attacking e7, a7 is also hanging, queen f7, and now, the pawn could have been taken, but then uh, queen f2, king h1, and yeah, maybe it was the move, or maybe it wasn't, because now black could maybe try something like, I don't know, like knight d3. Yeah, yeah, knight d3 would have been a move. And if some rook g1, then yeah, just move the queen somewhere. Yeah, I don't know, maybe this could be the move. Threatening knight f2 and attacking both bishops.
That's actually nice.
Yeah, so yeah, but at least the pawn on e5 could have been taken. So because of that, Monica didn't take on the pawn on e7. Yeah, it just didn't feel right to take on e7 and allow this check. So she just played bishop f3, and the pawn is about to fall. So Julia played queen f2, queen into f5. Yep, and then bishop took on e7, threatening the rook on f8. Julia took on e5, attacking the rook on c7, but then bishop took f8. I guess bishop takes c7 will be made soon, but then
Queen
but
d4.
there's queen d4. So isn't it like she's already losing?
Queen d4, king g8 is not working because queen f g7 made, and in case of bishop e5, rook takes e5, queen takes f8, and it will be some open checks,
Like that.
just like
It's
that.
good enough. And also, if let's say check here, we just move the rook with the check. Yeah, so it's easy as it is. So yeah, as she cannot take on c7, she has to recapture on the fate, but that's just lost. Yeah. She's about to
play.
make a move, but yeah, she took with the rook.
f7.
f8.
f8.
Yeah, but that's not going good.
Uh-huh. Okay, now white has to play. Maybe he's thinking about queen f4 ideas.
Yeah, there are some tricks, but so maybe yeah, rook a7, queen f4 is indeed dangerous, but maybe rook e7.
Bishop goes on d6, can be met by queen g4.
Yeah,
queen d4.
Check, and then rook e8. Oh, I mean, this is even mate. If rook f6, okay, there are no threats, so yeah, this is like winning.
Yeah, we have a very interesting scenario in the game of Hebrel and Navara. I just noticed that today Navara got the first board,
Yes.
so means there is not Jan Krzysztof Duda and neither Wojtaszek, two best players of Poland, are resting today.
Yeah. So yeah, white has two extra pawns, but not for free, but he's missing a full piece. So that's a lot. Maybe let's just quickly see. That was the position we have left. We said that black has pressure, but after rook e1, oh, there are some clear developments. Like black decided to take on e5, fe, bishop c6, h4, rook e7. Okay. And then finally he went this a3. Yeah. So he certainly is attacking from behind, and white just found nothing better than to play knight d5, and after queen a6, yeah, he couldn't move the knight. Let's say knight f4, then queen f1.
I think that was not queen a6 was missed.
Yeah, maybe.
It's absolutely not easy to see. It's something like unlogical. Okay, not hard to find.
Yeah, so knight f6 check. But okay, he just took 2 pawns. It's not enough, I guess. It's not enough.
The king is open and pawns are connected. Maybe he has some compensation.
Yeah, some.
Definitely black is having a piece, and that's, as we know, greater material. But wow, it's
But
queen
yeah,
a6.
I
I
was
think
thinking
was
about if
missed.
he could take, but maybe not yet because of the spin. Because my idea was like takes and check and here, but we cannot forget about this guy. So probably we cannot make it work easily. Well, but I believe, yeah, like it's just better. So maybe in the same match.
We can check second board.
Yeah,
we have here Maximenko, Sochko, and Bartosz.
Bartosz, yeah. So I looked at this game before. I mean, that was this position. It was like this Fianchetto Grünfeld, and the position looked like it's nothing special, but Bartosz until this point was just playing instantly, had like 1 hour 30 minutes. Meanwhile, his opponent was just taking his time. So that alone was some kind of the advantage, and he gained some space. Well, even though some pieces were traded, it still counts. This space still counts. Okay, so he sacrificed some pawns just to get so active rook, but I'm not so sure. because 2 pawns are really a lot. I mean, 1 pawn you can easily,
Take back.
but two? Not sure if he has compensation for two. So a bit risky play on Bartosz Soćko's side.
Yeah, but 1 pawn will be gone already now, and
Yes,
there will
but
be
that's
only 1 pawn extra.
yeah. But black can make some moves like knight a4 is with the tempo. Yeah, not so easy thing. Yeah, we'll see.
We can move actually the other games here in the same match. We analyzed already Antolik Sochko Monica.
Okay, so
The next one is Piotr Gajewski.
yes, so every day we are looking at Piotr Pieszyk's games.
Yeah. He plays quite interesting way.
Yeah, so what's going on here?
What's going on?
The material is equal. However, yeah, what to do? I mean, material is equal, but these pawns, that's the question. Strong or weak?
Strong or weak? I have another question, a little bit easier.
Okay.
Do you remember, or it comes something in your mind, some chess songs?
Chess song?
Yes.
Yeah, there was this, I mean, not many people realize this is related to chess, but there is this famous song, One Night in Bangkok. And this
It's
is
about
related.
chess?
Yeah, of course.
Which part is about chess?
You have to listen to it. But no, this is they are singing about chess there. Yeah.
I have to check it out. If you guys
Yeah, but it's very
if you guys have
famous.
a list of chess songs, let us share and talk about this.
Yeah, but there's also some new songs. They are not like commercial that you can listen to at the radio. But there's this song about Capablanca.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who guys is
Yeah,
very famous in chess world, and she is a very good singer. She has amazing voice, and she sings about the topic which is so close to us, and we understand this.
yes.
Isolated funds and so on and so on. So
Yeah.
I also like that. But I think there are quite a lot of songs about chess, but
Chess?
somehow we're not sharing it, we're not listening. So it
I
would
don't,
be very
I
nice
don't know. I
if we
mean,
have some list of the chess.
I don't know. I think there are much more films like chess
Yes.
chess scenes was there, but
Which one is your favorite? Which film?
maybe Harry Potter. I mean, it's like an
It's
easy
about
answer.
chess?
Yeah, because there was the big scene in the first. Haven't you watched Harry Potter? No, I mean, there was a big
I have
one of
never
the one
watched
of
ever in my life Harry Potter. Never
oh
even read.
oh
I started to read. No, I didn't start to read. I wanted to start to read, and somehow I don't find it interesting. To be
okay.
honest.
I think it's okay. I mean, it's of course like very
I don't like
commercial.
some yeah.
But it's,
I don't like some fantasy.
okay.
I don't
But
like
it's a good, at least for me. I mean, like it's not like the world of magic. There is not like just very simple. It's a bit more complex, and with the each and every next books, it's becoming more serious and more like adult. So if someone started reading this as a kid, when growing
Yeah,
up,
kids. Yeah,
then
they
with
are really
all the
into
next
it.
book, because I think that like the last books are not for kids. So if you started
From the maybe I should start from the last.
yeah, because the first books were just um, not so serious, and but I still enjoy the whole world they're built there. I mean, it's
I never found interest in this kind of
but
fantasy.
one way or the other. In the first part of that, one of the final scenes was a chess battle, and
Maybe I should see that.
and
Only
that was
that
very
part.
and that was very good, very well played scene, I think, because in many films, for me it's very funny that most of the actors cannot even learn how to move the chess pieces. Like they are doing this from the bottom, like if they were taking the mushrooms in the forest. Like
Mm,
it looks to me not like a chess players take the pieces in this way.
mm,
How do you
okay.
think?
I have to watch, or at least I have to read, or I don't know. I have no idea. I never took it. Only film I started fantasy was latest was Game of Thrones, because everybody was talking about it. So like, okay, maybe I will try to watch it. And I followed. I finished all the seasons, but this one I really cannot do it. I just don't like it. Maybe at one point
Yeah, but there is
I will
also
do.
a chess scene in James Bond from
Mhm.
Russia with Love.
Mhm.
There is a big chess scene, and they are playing the game, and the position was taken from one of the encounters. I think Spassky against Bronstein, just
Mm.
few years earlier from the Russian championships.
Mm. Yeah, I've heard about
So
that too.
they took the position. They changed maybe just two or three pieces. Maybe they took away two pawns or something. But the position was from that game, and so the position was quite normal, logical. Um, yeah.
No, but I noticed in the films, in Hollywood films, and not only, chess is used as a game when um, it's like very important person
Hmm.
goes at home and I don't know, drink something and play smart game and
Yeah.
plans some other forward steps. This is kind of impression what we have so far about chess. So here we have some comments about the films and songs, and Capablanca. It's film probably, or the song they're talking about.
Oh, it was not the Capablanca. It was some Copacabana, but
Capa, Capablanca.
and some song about Nona Gaprindashvili.
I have never
Maybe
heard
you
about
know.
it.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know.
Maybe please link it, and we might
But there are also
listen to it.
some funny version of well-known songs like what a wonderful world,
Hmm.
and there is uh, by Ben Feingold, What a Wonderful Position. I highly recommend this to everyone.
Interesting.
And he sings about some bishop pair and so on. So
Oh.
that's hilarious.
Change.
We can watch it later.
We have in Georgian language we have this very nice song and very beautiful song speaking about life and chess. There's connection, and it ends like it doesn't really matter because in the end of the day they will put all the pieces together in the
In
box.
one box, yeah. It's the well-known saying.
Hmm. So that's my favorite song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Manuel, before we're talking about songs, David Navara
Yes.
celebrated victory against
Yes.
Haberla, and we can see actually how they
Uh,
ended up.
yeah, I don't think. Okay, I need
Um,
to find this. Ah, because I need to switch from the running games. Yeah, because it finished very fast. It's it was like this.
mhm.
Yeah, and just
And
uh,
can we quickly see it? Yes.
just just very quickly. Let's see the board
Let's see the final position.
and then we'll yeah announce a little break because we have already a guest in
Yeah.
our studio. But let's
That's
just
why we got confused.
yes, but very quickly we'll just show you the final moves on of the game. Haberla against Navarra. Uh, we said, like maybe he had some compensation with those two pawns, but no, there was a very direct threat of mate, which was very hard to parry, and then some Yeah, I don't understand. What's yeah, he just took the pawn, yeah? And then after, because I got confused because he played rook c2 and then resigned. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I don't know.
that's just that's just over. I mean, one way or the other. But
Yes, Navarre celebrated the victory on the first board, as well as Monika Sochka celebrated the victory on the sixth board. And today, not today, right now, she's here at our studio, and we're going to ask her some questions.
so we will be back shortly.
as you promised, we're back with Monika Sachka, who won her game. Congratulations!
Thank you.
So far, it is 2 for your team for victory. So, what is your thoughts for today's game? Because you are playing without Wojtaszek.
Yes, without Wojtaszek and without young Krzysztof Duda also. But okay, it was our plan, you know, so I focused on my game, you know.
Yeah.
I faced a very young
Yes.
and very good, and I believe very strong player, Antola Julia, and you know, I had to prepare something new, as I know that she started to play a few new things. So I decided to play also very new things from my side. The first time I played the system, of course not the first time Greenfield, but this line with Bishop b5.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay. I also prepared, of course, for King's Indian and for d5. She started to play with c6, with e6, also taking quickly on c4. So somehow, you know, it wasn't so easy preparation for me, but okay, of course.
Was she playing quite fast at the opening?
You know, no. After, okay, now she played quite fast, but after Bishop b5, she started to think, and she thought about, I don't know, maybe something around 20 minutes almost.
Wow.
So, of course, here we have 3 moves, Bishop d7 as she played, knight d7 and knight c6. So maybe, yeah, that's all. I know that now the system become a little popular. It's of course not mainline, but I learned something, so I wanted to play without the theory. So she chose this move, and after Bishop e2, very logical one. Maybe here she's already out of the theory. So she lost again something about 20 minutes of her time. So
already here in the opening.
yeah.
I would like to ask you, Bishop b5, Bishop e2.
Yeah.
You force your opponents to play Bishop d7 because you could play right away Bishop e2, right? What was the idea?
Okay, the idea that now I will have only one variation, yes, and after Bishop e2 she could play some another lines, you know, because now she needs to play in the future Bishop g4, yes, and with Bishop on c8 she could start with castle, knight c6, and then something different, yes, I don't know, taking or b6 or some another lines, yes, so. And somehow I thought that maybe she will be, you know, surprised. Yes, so it was my idea. Okay, we played this, and now she played Bishop g4, Bishop e3, taking. And this position, I believe it's okay. It's probably still theory, yes, of course, but here the main moves are probably taking on a1, and then knight a5, Bishop h6, f6, taking on f8 and so on. So I played this endgame with slightly better position. Always this bishop is stronger than the knight.
Right.
And also my pawn somehow, maybe the d pawn will be the pawn, very important pawn in the endgame. But she decided to take on f3, and I think, and after knight e5, her position after easy move Bishop e2, and my plan was of course f4 and e5.
Yeah, take control over the center.
Yes.
Having 2 bishops, I think it's already advantage.
Yeah,
maybe
I
too
think
much.
so.
Not
Maybe
too
it's
big,
almost +1 something around, yes, because I have really easy play. I have the plan with f4, e5. I have the plan also rook c1 and queen a4 or something, because the pawns are very weak. So I can also exchange. Of course, maybe not now, but I can exchange the bishops, and also the position will be always much better for me. Yes, so probably bishop taking on f3 or knight e5 was already mistake. And here, okay, I played rook c1, knight d7, and now f4. Okay, queen a4. I also could play, but I decide not to, even after queen a4, she could take, she could play knight c5, and I didn't want to take
Give
this pawn.
bishop, yeah.
Yes, because I decided that these two pair of bishops are more important. Yes, so so I was trying just to put how far is possible my pawns. So I started with f4, rooks, and now I played this move. I believe this was good move because I control the c line, yes, and again I want to play e5, and I don't know what she want to what she want to play, because if I play immediately e5, she could have something like f6, you know, just to open some position. Some e5 maybe will be hanging.
Yes,
and
you also always have to take in consideration this f6. It's quite annoying.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. So I believe rook c6. Now I want to play, I don't know, or queen a4, or just e5, or bishop f3. I have so many moves, you know, to control and to evaluation my position better. Probably queen c2 also, rook d1. So
yes, and on the other hand, rook c6 seems impossible, because then Paul will get on c6, and only 2 squares before the queen, and bishop a6 is coming to and helping the supporting the opponent. It gets real danger.
Yeah, it is. So she played this move. I played e5 immediately, and after f6, yeah, I played. Oh, okay. I want.
Yes, we like this bishop g4 very much.
I also, you know, because somehow now I was calculating the, of course, taking on c6, dc.
And we can make it on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So something like this, and now, of course, after taking on e5. I'm winning very easily. Yes, taking.
But is the variation we are
Yeah, so it was very annoying because all the time such tricky moves like this could happen in the game, even after not, for example, not taking on e5, or I saw something like this, and h4, 5, and of course I have
still
c7,
this.
yes, and rook d8, and the knight. No one piece could sacrifice the c8. So so I don't know. Maybe it was only move, but I believe that from here my position was almost maybe not winning, but very close.
Yes.
Winning.
Also, you had quite big advantage. With time, she has a few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Probably around here she was almost maybe something around 25 minutes. Yes, so it's not easy to play such difficult position, you know, with no time. And here, you know, I had maybe not only this move, you know, I could play. I believe I had many opportunities to get much better position. So maybe I could start even with some moves like, I don't know, maybe d6 even.
Yeah,
because if
that's what comes to the first, like,
d6.
So
it was my first idea, but I didn't want to exchange, you know, so many pieces. So maybe it was working, maybe not. So somehow.
Also, it seems like your opponent was waiting for a chance, and it's always good to avoid.
Some
problems.
I saw exactly this variation, you know. After king h8, I played immediately as bishop g5, and here I started to think, because I was a little worried about this variation. After queen f7, probably I should have to play bishop f3, because somehow I started calculation with rook e7, but here is very unpleasant with queen f2, and then king h1 and knight d3, you know. So of course I wanted to win very quickly, but sometimes it's better to be very precise till the end. So here was my idea, just not to give her any counterplay, yes. And also this bishop, okay, still now I have the plan with d6, and this is hanging. After some move like rook b7, I believe that this is almost winning in maybe even d6 or
d6, right? So dangerous.
Yeah, so dangerous. But also I have a nice move, maybe immediately e6 also, because I believe this position should be easily winning. Yes, even like this. yes, or taking and I don't know, somewhere, because this will be hanging and d6 coming. But of course, yeah, maybe much easier.
I like this E66
Yes, this one.
idea.
Or maybe just taking on b7 and
No,
and
d6.
d6, yes, and I don't know. Completely losing probably, yes.
Yeah.
Taking rook e7, d7 and this knight hanging, so okay, so she played yes, she played queen f5. I thought it was losing because I saw that variation she started with bishop e5, and I only saw that after bishop f8 she couldn't take on c7 because very nice move I have, I don't know, something like queen d4.
Queen d4,
yeah.
yes.
So so she probably missed this. But still, even if I don't have queen d4, I could have take on c5 and then d6. It's also winning position because after all I have queen a1, very unpleasant move, and rook e7. Yes. So in this position it's probably almost the end. Yes, because okay, I took on
You already
f8.
win here the
Yeah, so she
material.
couldn't. Yeah, she took here the bishop, and I played this move. Maybe, okay, she played knight d3 in time trouble. She was already down. I don't know, something around 5 minutes. Yes, and now I took and played queen a1, and
it's a pin.
yeah, yeah. So
black cannot save this position.
yeah, but maybe in that position, the only move was not knight d3, but just to play, I don't know, something like this. No, but still, I have exchange up and with the pawn.
D-pawn.
Yeah, so probably I could play this move and just exchange, and okay, some precise move not to give her some knight d3. Yes, so but still it's.
It's not losing immediately.
Yeah, exactly, and
a quite accurate game. Like you had your plan and you followed it, and you just won it like that.
yeah, probably it was because the choice of my opening, you know,
It
because
worked.
yeah, it worked. She felt very unpleasant, and then she just probably lost in her head. Yes, after
Yes.
opening.
Also about the timing, she took some time. Means it was not. She was not familiar with that position.
Yeah. So I'm very happy with this pawn because so far my tournament here was not so good for me, you know. So I'm very happy.
So you
the
started.
game.
You start to winning the games.
You know, I was starting winning 2 days ago, and yesterday I couldn't win again. So
Yes, the rook
I
end
hope-
game we saw this.
Yeah,
It was quite long game, right?
yeah, quite long. Yeah, it's a pity that I chose this opening, which I didn't know exactly. And Marta Bartel surprised me with the opening. I know my knowledge was not so good in that opening, and the position I got was worse. I managed to got a slightly, maybe not better position, but playable position. And but in the rook end game, she played very good, and it was only draw. So what to do?
So tell us how what is the like day routine? How you prepare? Because you are just family. Are you preparing together for the games?
Yeah, okay, frankly speaking, my husband is my trainer also, so he has many, you know, ideas, lines. So normally he helped me. Not I didn't. I'm not so good in the openings. So normally I take him from So I'm lucky me, you know. If I have a problem, he always helped me. So this is nice.
Yes, very good. That's so good. And you have always this advantage over the other girls because you have a coach, personal coach at home.
Yes, this is true.
We can actually take a look of his game. Let's see how he's doing.
I didn't like his game, but
You
maybe
don't like
something
his
changed.
game?
Yes, he sacrificed 2 pawns or something. So
Let's see now how it's. We already have here endgame. Yeah, we can. It's changed a little bit after we analyzed, and we have here endgame.
Okay.
One
can I say?
pawn is missing.
Only one. Okay.
It was two.
It was two, but probably okay. He played ISO position after rook c7, but I believe he missed something. And here probably he's still worse. Yes.
He's still worse, but no. He just got the increment. I thought he had more time. They just got the increment.
Yeah, they got, but okay. But why now is bishop b2 and why the time is going with white, not
Bishop
with black?
I think black already made a move.
Made
Yes.
a move, but we didn't.
Yeah,
we
it
don't
was
know.
96.
Okay, it was 96. Okay, 96 maybe. I don't know. Okay, d4 hanging. I don't maybe king f2, yes, and I don't know what next.
Centralize the king.
Yeah.
And wait the opponent to show how he's going to improve the position. Yeah, king f2 is very logical here.
Yes, king. Yeah, you played immediately, and now I don't know. Okay, the position is like or you lost or you draw. Yeah, but okay, maybe just to put the king, yes, like king e2 and king d3.
D3 maybe.
And I don't know, and the black king is not going, yes.
And the pawns
Okay,
are also blockade. So there's still a game in progress.
Yes, still some chances, but unfortunately, yeah, my husband was unlucky yesterday. He was winning in a few times and he missed
Yes,
very nice move, yes, that in the position he missed queen g8 and unfortunately he made a draw. And also was very painful the game against Olszewski. My husband was like winning position whole the game, and he blundered in the end, after 5 hours of playing, and so it's a pity that he lost, like you can say, 1 or 1.5 point. Of course, every chess player could say always, I was always winning, yes, but he was really winning.
It was a fact, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell us more about your team, because everybody says that this team is the favorite, and when people are coming here for interview, we're asking, what do you think is most dangerous opponent? And they name your team. So how it feels to be in the favorite team?
It's very nice,
nice.
It's always nice to be in such strong team. But for me, most important that we are friends, We are not only chess players, yes, in the team, but normally with Radek Wojtaszek, with Kamil Mitoń, with Krzysztof Bulski, Grzegorz Gajewski. Normally we are also, meeting with no chess. So this means that we like to be together. So this is important.
Yes, that also creates the spirit of the team.
Yeah, exactly. So even if you lost the game, when I lost the game, no one, told me, "Oh, what did you do? It's because of you. We didn't won like 5-1. We won only 4 or something." Yes, so it was never happened like that. So most important, I think it's very good atmosphere in our team. But also it's because our sponsor, of course, Vasco, who support us all the time, and we could have such a strong and nice team.
Yeah, that's perfect. Are you playing in this team for long, or you are just
I'm playing almost 10 years.
10 years?
Maybe a little.
Wow.
Yeah, almost.
Wow.
I don't know exactly, you surprised me with but I believe that, yes, something, maybe not 10, maybe 9, 8,
yes.
but
long.
Yes, yeah, long.
So that's why you maybe know this all the players well, and probably others are playing. At least your husband is playing this level.
But we also, now we have like Jan Krzysztof Duda, but before with this team we didn't change a lot, because David Navarra also played for us for a very long time, and Kamil Mitoń, Krzysztof Bulski, of these players. So this is nice, that of course sometimes it's good also to have a new players, yes, but this is nice that we can, be with this.
Yeah, it's a team. It's
a
team. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And give us analysis of your game and give us some details about the team. I think a dream team. Everybody
Okay, well,
talks about.
everything could happen, yes, but
yes. Good luck
yeah.
for you and good luck for your team. We will come back very, very shortly.
Thank you. See you.
At fifth round, Polish Extra League, we had very interesting interview with Monika Soczko. Meanwhile, her team won the match already.
Yeah.
Right now it is 4-1. One game is in progress. No matter the result, Hetman Katowice already won the match. And it was very interesting to hear from Monika some information, some details about the team, because it is a dream team for everyone. And what we learned is uh, they are not just players who are invited to play in the team. They are a real team. They are friends. They are playing here for years, including David Navara, themselves, Monika and Piotr are playing about 10 years here in this team. So also this makes them a strong team.
All right, so let's maybe check the game Jacek Tomczak against Aleksander Mishta, as they are in severe time trouble. Only 2 moves to reach the time control, but let's see, because Jacek has 2 minutes and Alexander has only 1 minute. So
and very important game for the match. Right now the score is 2.5. All the games were draws.
yes, so White seems to be having really good position with those, rook and queens, some queen d8 is in the air, queen h8 is check. The king is like, totally naked here, and yeah, it's very hard position. So yeah, Alexander is thinking at the moment what to play, and yeah, he's losing a lot of time.
Yeah,
What to do.
we can actually keep to
Yeah.
look this game because there's 20 seconds
Yeah, we
on
can
the
maybe
board.
zoom into the board and see what he will play.
2 more moves to play for black.
Yeah, okay. It seems he made a move. I don't have it here, but it seems like he played king f7. Oops, there is some. Yeah, I think
We can.
I lost it here online. I lost my board here because the king f7 was not on my
Yeah, we
board.
can fully focus here.
Yes,
King
so let's.
f7 is on the board.
Yeah, and see. 17 seconds, 16, 15, 14. Okay, check. But this is probably the move 40 or 39.
39.
39.
This is 40.
Okay,
Or
so
not.
now,
No, not yet.
okay, he can repeat. He can just play rook h1, just to make sure to reach time control. Yeah. And then to think, because after he reaches move 40, yeah, and he did what I meant. He just played rook h1 and instantly king f7. That ensures them additional 30 minutes. So yeah, I believe White is close to be winning, but he needs to find the correct moves. So there was no need to find it in 30 seconds or something. So
yeah, this repetition is all about time. It's
yeah.
all about increment. So White is not going here for a draw.
Yeah, so let's see if there are some other games where we have some time troubles. So can we look at
I'm just watching on the clocks only.
Yeah, so it seems like
no, not anymore.
everyone reached the time control.
Not anymore. We don't have time trouble, but we have exciting games.
Yes, so I will show you some developments because during the interview, some very interesting developments were in the game of Arkadiusz Skawiński. I'm not sure if this game is still running. No, the game is still running. But I want to turn your attention to the position after like 35 moves. Like it was this position. Black is exchange up, but White has this very strong
pawn and also very connected pieces.
Yes.
Bishop close the file. Knight is quite active.
Yeah, so White decided to go king f1, rook c2, and just plays g5. Tries to exchange these pawns and just bring more pieces into the play. So hg, bishop g5. Well, And now black decided to play the move g6, and when I saw it, it felt like it's not a good move, but his opponent didn't have that much time, and he played knight h4. But well, I'm not sure if he calculated this, but how about e7?
King f7.
And then I take, and
G
if you go rook c8, then I have this fork.
Yeah. But what about rook g takes f5?
Yeah. Now there's a little trick, because if I go
I saw
h7
it.
and rook c8, but
This is very, very, very beautiful. Very known trick, but forgotten. Like
yes,
you might not remember
yes,
it.
and h7, and there's no way to stop that little h-pawn, hurried h-pawn. So yeah, white is just winning here.
Nice
So he
idea.
missed a win at this point, as after g6 he just played knight h4. I guess he felt like he has some possibilities, but just couldn't calculate, and yeah, but a big miss.
Wow, very beautiful.
Yes.
Very beautiful.
So hg, bishop takes g5, rook c6, knight g6. Still, it feels like he has some chances to hold, because he has a couple pawns for the exchange. However, it's yeah, no, not easy, because black has those two pawns. If not those two pawns, then
Then
yeah,
white definitely plays
yeah,
for win. But
yeah,
now we
but
have
yeah.
theories. Both are playing for winning. I think e7 pawn is must play here because e6
Yeah.
is hanging.
Yeah, but then I'm just afraid that this caveman style, b5, b4, just can be hardly stopped. I mean, it's very hard to.
What about knight jumps here in checks? Knight
Yeah,
d5.
but you would like to give a check like here or here, because if you give a check on f6, I will just,
Take the
take
pawn.
the pawn, and just to make sure that other pieces are defended. Yeah. So let's say rook c4. Yeah.
c4.
Just to make sure, because let's say rook c5, then, although that also could be possible, but then maybe, yeah, no, that might not be enough, because the b pawn is not running that fast. Although I heard such a saying that the black pawns are faster, but yeah, because in January I had such a game against Alexei Shirov that I had 3 pawns, that he had only 1 pawn, and he managed to make a draw. And we had only 1 knight, not only the pawns, but also 1 knight. So because there is such a saying that 1 pawn is faster than 2 pawns. And that's true, because when you have 2 pawns, you try to go with 2 of them, and 1 of them is faster. And that's
Logical,
true.
right?
But then I heard
Logical, but you have to think. Like,
yes. But when I heard the story that black pawns are faster, then I can hardly explain this. But yeah, there is such a
True.
saying. Yeah, but I think rook c4 and then b4, and yeah, it's very hard for me to believe that. Yeah.
We have some development in that game, and I see that e pawn is gone.
Oh, okay. So let me refresh the board. So after knight d4, white decided to play knight d5. And he just, I don't know, is it good
Just
move?
get
I
up.
mean, because e-pawn is, well, I mean, you could get something similar, but let's just keep this pawn. Why not? I don't understand this. Unless there is some, like, or maybe he was afraid of knight e6, then takes. Still think like, I don't know, but f4 then rook e3. Maybe this is lost. So yeah. So we will see. Okay. So what are the other running games?
In the same team match, we have actually 4 games running, and we can check out the 5th game. This is Bronovitsky Jakubowski.
Yes. You did pretty well, the pronunciation. But yeah, this is a very blocked position. Um, and yeah, as Black is having some initiative, certainly. Black in the King's Indian pushing, but
Oh, it's
it's
always
hard.
always good to control this
Yes.
only open file,
Yeah.
and Black is controlling right now because they can jump
Mhm.
this knight back whenever they want.
Yes, and the queen can go to b6. There are some entry squares on this side, so there is a chance like Blake is having real winning chances, because otherwise
I really think it's kind of trash, like not more realistic chances.
mhm. Yeah, so yeah, because you can in order to win you need to have two weaknesses. Like, I mean, your opponent has to have two weaknesses. Because on one side it may not be enough to win, so you have to have open the other side.
Yeah, H file is controlled. It's not a problem here, but yeah, this knight before knight c2, knight d4 might change something, but it will
Yeah.
be taken this idea, right? Knight b4 can be met by king d1 and take control over c2 pawn.
Yeah.
What about the next game? We have Marta Bartel playing Natalia Buksa.
So let us click it, and that's it. So this is the position.
What is it?
Yeah, okay. White has a big space advantage, and the bishop is better than the knight.
Way much better.
Yeah,
I
and
like
if
bishop
we
c5
could,
to close
yeah,
this file for the rook and enjoy the other open file for your own rook.
yeah, like this, like this, like this. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, white is just much better.
Yes. On the other hand, Marta Bartel showed very nice endgame skills. Yesterday's game,
Yeah, it
she
was
was
6 hours long game. I mean, this
against
is crazy.
Monika Sochka. I had a little bit worse position, but she held it.
Yes, yes. So,
What about another member of the team? Here we have Bluebaum playing with Mateusz Bartel. Let's check it out.
that's another match. Yeah.
Another match.
Yes,
They are
another.
not playing in the same team.
Yes, they are not playing in the same team. Yeah, so yeah, but we also should mention that the game. Maybe I'll just quickly, before looking at the Bluebaum game, I will just very quickly look at the game by Kacper Piorun against Pentala Hari Krishna, because that was the first board and important encounter we've been looking earlier.
Looking at that, and
But
we saw that Black has
yes,
advantage.
it was we left this somewhere here where I said, like, I believe like Black is technically winning. Of course, it
Somewhere
takes
over the rainbow.
yeah.
I have some music in my head, and I don't know.
Okay.
I'm connecting all these words with some titles of the music. You know the song, right?
Which one?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Yes, of course. Of course,
I
of
think
course.
the most peaceful and happy
Yeah,
song in the
I like
world.
it. I like it. Yeah. So the centralization, and basically this pawns will decide the game. So I'll just very quickly show you the moves, because we have been looking at some other games, but this is important one. But yeah, not a easy game for Kacper Piorun, as yeah. Well, he has to just defend and see what happens, but basically the position is very, very hard. So the game progressed this way, that Black was just improving, and once the queen went there, Maybe that was not so necessary. I feel like black should be winning, but um, is there any reason why to move the queen? I mean, at least let black show the plans how he will be winning. After queen a6, that was d3, and forcing the issues did not look good because the pawn on d2 is just and this is a tricky move because you cannot take on d2 as rook e1 will come with the mate. Yeah, just show the mate. So
Yeah, king side is quite weak for white. The pawns
yes.
are too much pushed.
Yeah, and here he even takes some time and just played king g8, and after queen a5, queen d3. Yeah, was not able to defend
Yeah, if there
this
is hanging, and
and
if the rook leaves d file, then
it's-
d1 queen.
oh yeah. So then yeah, so that's
Next
a very
move.
important win for the Polonia Wrocław, and now let's go to the next board. Mateusz Bartel against Matthias Bluebaum.
Hold on, something very interesting just happened. The final move was bishop takes a5.
Wow.
Just gives the bishop for
Yeah,
a
so
pawn.
let's see this position. Black goes b5 and white takes on a5. Wow. Why is that? And is it good?
I don't know.
Why
Let's
is
check
that?
it out.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so bishop takes a5. Well,
Knight should take on a5
yeah.
and
And where's the bishop? The bishop is
maybe
gone.
his idea was to play b4 and a5 to create a pass pawn.
Yes, that may be. B4. Yeah, let's see here and a5. And yeah, the
3 more moves, just 3, 4, at least 2 more moves, and the third move will be already protected by the rook.
yeah. Yeah, that's very strong. Because the knights are are not good
Catchers?
yeah, I mean they're not fighting very well against the A and H pawns. I mean A and H pawns. I don't know if it's like a single word for it in English, like A and H pawns. What are they kind of
We have
like?
to-
Because in Polish there is a word for that.
What is the word?
Bandowe piony. I mean
Huh?
the pawns. Bandowe piony. Like-
Bandowe piony.
Yeah, like bandowe, it means like they're on those, those A and H files. But in English, how to say it? Like Harry and Harry. Some commentators, specifically Simon Williams, loves to say H, that's Harry. Push that Harry. and A, I
Smart
think
to
it's
call.
Harry, but yeah.
I remember when I was quite young, my coach was telling us the moves by the names, because we were too many kids together in the class. Like, what? I cannot hear it. So he had the names, so everybody could hear it. So what was
Okay.
the move?
So do you think
And
about...
he always had funny names, not normal names, so funny names. So we're always laughing.
So when you play the game, do you think of your pieces like of some, characters, specific characters, or you just look at it like, normal like diagram, or you feel like a emotional connection
This
to
knight
like
looks like my friend.
yeah, and or you feel like, oh, this knight will win me the game or
No,
something.
absolutely not.
No, or
No,
this is my favorite pawn. No, I
No.
sometimes do this. Sometimes like
Really?
yeah, like sometimes when when there is a point like I don't see how to continue. Well, then comes such considerations like let's talk to the pieces. And then maybe I can hear like some bishop is screaming, well, let me activate me. I'm not doing anything
And you're
here.
telling that after 20 moves you have a time problem. That's why, because you're talking with the pieces.
Ah, yeah. So we found out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see some more games. Mm, I was interested in the game of Olivia Kiobasa and Julia Osmak. I think that was interesting encounter and maybe still is. Mm, we have left this. Well,
Quite,
I don't want
quite a
to.
lot. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I don't
Lots
want
of
to
it's
go
like
through all
different
of them, but
position.
I still wanted to see if she
Yeah, she did.
did
I was
this.
controlling that.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay, we have to show this because that's really beautiful. Okay, White wants to just to exchange her knight, which was not doing much. I mean, to for the f5, which is very actively placed. So knight takes e3, bishop takes e3, knight to a6, rook f1, knight c7. That's so lovely.
There's a comment that it might be the edge pawn.
Yeah, edge,
Edge.
edge. Yeah, so this is the single
Or
word.
rim pawn.
Yeah, so thank you for the comment, and James Dagan. Thank you. So yeah, so going back to this game, bishop d2, yeah, king b7. Okay, just improving. Okay, and still she decided that okay, now maybe no longer this plan is needed. She just takes a pawn, and pawn is a
The
pawn.
pawn.
Yeah, and a pawn is a pawn. So queen e7, rook a1, bishop c6, rook b8, rook fg8. Okay, I'm not so sure if that was right to take that pawn because that pawn was weak anyways, and
It was
that
closing the files now.
yeah,
Files are open. Rook
yeah.
came here and have some counterplay.
Yes, so that
Um,
gave some counterplay. However, I still believe like black was better. But this was interesting moment that Olivia decided to just to sacrifice the exchange.
Ooh, beautiful. There's that
Yeah,
queen.
but she takes some pawn and let's make a few more moves. So because this, yes, she took some pawns and yeah, is it winning for black? So this is the current situation on the board. Certainly, yeah, I like black's chances, but the position is quite blocked.
Before is an idea.
Yeah, but for the moment you can't play b4, so you need to prepare it like with some rook b8 or maybe rook a8.
Rook a8 or rook h7 possible.
Yes, maybe or rook.
But in that case, there is rook b1 to stop it.
Yeah, but you can play like okay, let's say random move. You go here, then you go, let's say here, and then I go just rook b7. Yeah, so it's still one way or the other. I will reach b4, unless you have some bishop jumps, but I don't think so. So actually, maybe you can start with rook b8 and then maybe play rook b7. Maybe you don't need to rush. I don't know, but it feels like that's a huge advantage. Like maybe it's winning. Yeah, white would need some more pawns. Like white can play g4, but it's too slow. Yeah, so I believe black is winning here.
Let's go back to Tomchek Mista game and see what happened because king was so open there.
Yeah, it felt like white was winning, but I had to reach the time control. So this was the position after 40 moves. But then king a1. Well, of course it's not so easy. I mean, and especially well, those grandmasters took so many minutes to go through this position. So I don't think I can find very quickly what's the best, but I wouldn't like to go like king a1. I would really try to find something more, more forcing. But
Yeah,
maybe
but
there is.
it's after the increment, so or was not after the increment.
It
was
was.
after the increment, and to be honest, to play after the increment is as hard as to play with the increment because there are some chances, some like chances to make some mistakes. So rook a1 is king a1 is about to avoid check.
Yes, but then queen g5 happened. Okay, we of course don't want to trade queens because our biggest advantage is that the king is open. But after the check, king goes here, and if I just hide it,
Yeah, I don't feel already dangerous with black
yeah, I mean like,
for black here.
yeah, if you,
Mr. seems very good defender.
yeah,
In the games, what he shows us, he defends quite well.
yeah. So, I don't know what to do as white here. I'm just really afraid that there is no more initiative. Like, yeah,
In that case, the match end up with draw.
yeah. Like for example, let's say queen f3 would be the move which would come to my mind. Like this is at the moment it's a weakness because the king still hasn't reached that square. But after that, queen g1 would be just, yeah, very good because queen d1 would be forced and then we can trade queens and then make a draw and go home. So yeah.
Yeah, actually a very funny situation approached in the game of Simantev Milton. It finished already. Kamen Milton celebrated victory, but let's check it out how.
Okay, so from which move do you like to see this?
Here.
Here.
The final position.
Final position. All right. So what's going on? I mean, you mean this move, yeah? This was nice. Like
it's a blunder, as I see. It's a blunder
yeah,
of the exchange, but seems like white was losing a pawn here.
Yeah, I mean, this position. No, yeah, from this position, we should start from this position. Like black's position is not so terrible, maybe, or maybe it is. As you cannot play rook b6 because 97, but maybe.
Why rook e6?
Rook c6.
Why you're playing with rooks?
Then 97. No, but queen b6. No, I just want to protect this guy, so you don't have knight g7. You have knight h6, but then we trade the rooks, and not the rooks, the queens, and I can take it at the end of the day. So so maybe queen b6 was the way to go. Like just, yeah, I don't know what's the evaluation, but it feels like it's okay. But after queen b3, of course, this is just forced, and yeah, now this, yeah, there is no way.
Bishop f1, it's an amazing move.
Yeah, there is no way. Yeah, bam, bam. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all she wrote.
So queen b3 was a mistake.
Yes, yeah. Too greedy. Wanted to take a pawn, but by force he just couldn't held to it.
Even though there was another chance to play with white knight h, I think he played out of for defense, not for winning, because
Maybe.
he couldn't defend this g7 and h6.
But queen b6 is not a hard move to find.
Yeah, of course.
Unless we missed something,
yeah.
and there is some
probably.
and there is some big, shot there. So let's maybe see the results of the match. I'm curious how my club is doing. Dwie wieże. Oh, again, so many games are still in progress. Like the other matches, like for example, Hetman Katowice already won. Yeah, like in another match, only one game is running, and still here there are like 4 games running. So maybe let's have a look at.
Yeah, let's check out all the games.
Yeah,
and some of them might already finish soon.
Yes. So first, let's see the second board. of this match. So Kirill Shevchenko against Arkadiusz Leniart. Yeah, very blocked position. Wow. Is there a way to is there a way to break through?
I'm afraid no.
Yeah, is that just a draw? Yeah, it feels like yeah. I mean, it's so blocked. I don't think I have seen more blocked position
Even if
than
the
that.
bishop, instead of bishop, there is a pawn on his thing. It's, I think, insane.
But then maybe you could consider bishop takes h5, maybe.
Don't
Just
ruin
bring
everything.
But
You can, no.
bring the rook to g5, then yeah.
I had even in my mind, like, you can even put aside this bishop and like I will put here my king and it's still draw.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So it is so close position.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
One thing might happen is c4, and in case of d takes c4, c6 pawn might happen.
Yeah,
in
but
case of b takes c4, rook might enter
yeah,
somewhere, maybe
you
b6.
mean
But
this,
this is not really
yes, though
what is
without-
happening.
yeah,
What will happen here?
yeah. I mean, c6 is very well defended.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, they'll still.
I think
try
they
to-
will try some more moves and they
Yeah,
will
maybe
just end
this
up with draw.
just really put this rook to the g3, but no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It will be much. So to the next game.
Yeah, next game we have here
Yeah.
Kaczmarek.
Yeah, Kaczmarek.
Kaczmarek,
Simacek.
check.
Yeah, because here C we would read as ch because
read
it's Czech.
I
it's not
pronounce so many chishes and others in just for some days, 5 days, that I have never pronounced in all my life. Because
yeah,
every word contains this.
yeah, but
combination.
Simacek or maybe Shimacek is the Czech name, and he's a grandmaster. I have very bad score against him. I think I lost 3 times. Yeah, no matter what was the position, I was just losing against him. But so I have to say he's very strong. And in this game, yeah, his exchange up. Well, and I don't feel like Black has any shadow of the compensation. I mean, this
just
knight.
because the pawns are so
yeah,
weak on the queen side.
It's
and
not.
another pawn here.
We are not
in the position.
impressed with those pieces, and
Mhm.
yeah, this is gonna fall. So it's fair to say like white is close to be winning.
Seems like.
I mean, okay, at the moment this is hanging, but well, just move it somewhere. And is there any kind of counterplay? I don't think so. I don't think so. So let's move to another board.
Here we have Mikurut
Against
Bobras.
Bobras. So yeah, a grandmaster, Piotr Bobras. And okay, these are a very good news for my team because I can't imagine white losing this. Yeah, I can't imagine. I'm not sure if it can be easily winning. White is just pawn up, but it's hard to go with the king somewhere. So yeah, we will see. But yeah, but certainly white is just better in playing for the win. So I'm happy. I'm happy. Yeah, maybe as a commentator I shouldn't root for any of the teams, but yeah, but it's my team. So, and
Next.
we could just quickly, we have looked at this game, but let's just quickly bring it again. Julia Osmak against Olivia Kiełbasa, because after king of 3, yeah, b5, she just brought the rook. She just wants to play b4 as planned. So, yeah, that's looking
as
good.
simple as it is, right?
Yeah.
The final match, final game in the match of Hetman Katowice and Bashta,
Yes, very good.
Shnin.
Yes, perfect.
But there
Like
is
perfect.
one word in the middle, and I skipped it.
Yeah, but it's no, it's not that important.
Bashta mosh shnin.
It's just that in the between, it's not so important. It's just moss, but it's a shortcut, like it's some cultural center, center of some. But it's, yeah, basically the club is named Bashtajnin. I mean, this is the most important.
Yeah.
And
So we have here black with extra pawn, and the pawn structure changed, right?
yeah, a little, but yeah, but black has a bishop pair, which I'm again happy to talk
But
about.
I'm sure here white has quite good chances for draw.
Yes, because that bishop is not moving anywhere.
No, it's start.
So that's the reason why, well, it's very hard to
Can we win this bishop? No, we can't win this bishop. It would be just great if we could raise our king to a3, but it is impossible because b5 pawn will hang in.
yeah, yeah.
Also, the other thing is that the white king is quite active and is ready always to maybe push d5 and go even farther, while black king doesn't really go too much.
Yeah, but
Forward.
how about g5?
Yeah, that should be the idea to open the position the other side.
Mm-hmm.
G5. G5 can be met by.
Yeah, I mean, if you do
d5?
nothing, or maybe that is, but
d5.
because if you don't go d5, I mean, if I take you on f4, the
Then bishop
recapture,
can come.
yeah, the
H4
bishop,
e1.
like this, and then how do you defend? If you move the knight, then my bishop will escape. So that's the. But yeah, but maybe white has to go for d5, but maybe even now, I don't know.
H4 is an idea.
Yeah, but h4 then h6, that doesn't
Yeah, it
change.
will be another pieces changed. Another pawns.
That's true. That's true. Maybe. And then
Rook.
bishop c1. Let's say
I like
this,
bishop
this.
f8, to be honest.
Okay. I get your point. However, I would go g5 anyways. But then you want to take. Yeah. And yeah, just
And
stay.
now d5.
Yeah. Could be. However, I will go here. Still continue.
Take the pawn.
Now you would really prefer your bishop on c1. Takes, I just take. And what would you play? Knight d5, I take on b5. Oh, that's a trick.
Losing.
So yeah, those bishops are really strong pieces. Do you like bishop pair? Having bishop pair?
Yeah, why not?
Some people like two knights, or some people say that the bishop pair
well,
is.
of course, it depends on the position.
Yeah, of course.
If it's a closest, like we had the previous position, the bishops are on the board. That's why it's drawish. If knights are there, the squares, it's important. But in generally, if we have a standard position, why not? It's a great power.
Yeah. So let's see another match.
Game is
No, I think we have looked at this.
We have looked, but this is a final look, so we just
fine.
use a chance to look it for the last time.
Okay. Yeah. So rook d1 was played, looking at the d file at the d6 pawn, but then queen g3 came, and yeah, Jacek does not look happy, does he?
No.
Well, now he's like
calculating, but he always calculates this way.
Yeah, but now he just looks and thinks like,
could done it something better.
Yeah, what could I play? What else could I do earlier on? I mean, now what shall I do? And this is a very important game for the match, because currently it's 2.5 to 2.5. So yeah, it's all about the result of on this game of this
Yeah.
game.
It depends. If the game will end up with a draw, the match will end up with draw too. So one of the side, mainly white, has to win here for the victory, but
Yeah, but
no,
and
he doesn't look
he's
happy.
very unsure because
What he says?
uh, maybe he
Offer draw?
n no, I mean because the opponent was not there, so no, he just played knight f5. No, knight
No,
f5.
he wants to offer draw, I think. And
No, I
then
mean no, he shouldn't offer a draw. I mean he's still slightly better. I mean like he cannot lose,
yeah.
no matter what. Yeah. So why should he take a draw? Unless he's so tired that because he can hardly also win this. It's very hard to win. I mean, but of course he will try. I mean, well, my board is not refreshing,
I'm talking according to his face
but
impression. I'm not even watching on the board because
yeah,
this is what is very clear. He's not happy
yes,
with the current position.
yeah, but he still can try. Yeah, yeah, but maybe Queen G1 is the move. Yeah,
Queen G4 is a move.
or Queen G4. Yeah, queen, but okay, I have to go then Queen D3 or something. But it's not enough. It just I guess it will end in a draw, especially taking into account that his opponent is a very good player. Yeah.
Another position, we have this end game with exchange.
Yes. So
Up.
where White could have won with the brilliant, in a brilliant way, like study-like finish, but he missed this. So here he is in the position where he's still fighting for the draw. Maybe some chances to, mm, I don't know, to exchange some pieces for some pawns and maybe then play against rook against the knight
Knight
or
or
some
bishop,
or
anything,
something.
anything.
Let's say, but okay, because at the moment it's not possible to play b4, so there are some chances, yeah, and there are some chances to hold. Yeah. So let's see
We're still
how it goes.
still keeping to look at the video of Tom Checkmate.
Yeah, because it's really showing us those emotions. Yeah, not very easy. So maybe.
Next, right?
Yeah. The
Oh,
next.
we have one game finished.
Yes. So Arkadiusz Leniart finished the game against Kirill Shevchenko. I guess it was a draw. So let's just make sure that it was a draw. It was. So good so far for.
Yeah, it was a very close position. We remember this all the pawns on the board. Exactly, all the pawns on the board. No one pawn was straight.
Okay.
Okay, next, what we can.
Yeah, Bronowicki against Jakubowski.
This is kind of similar. I thought it was the same.
No, but in this one,
I thought this game finished.
no. In this one, at least this night game here, there is some possibility also for the queen to go down this side. Also, maybe Queen h8, and then is knight takes a free threat. It looks
Might
like.
be. It might be.
So yeah, let's say, but now just let's say knight d2. And Queen h8 is pointless because knight f3 will not be.
And then king c1, king b2. White should play here with the king because all the pieces meant to be there, where they are.
Yes, and Queen b6 is not in time. I mean, like Queen b6, king into c1, and yeah. So yeah, that's it. So
another draw, but black is still trying.
yeah,
Next, we can see Blue Bartel.
yeah.
Oh, this is very funny. This is bishop a5
Yes,
and
yes. So
knight a5.
let's get into it, and maybe try to better understand all of this. But we managed to find that this is the move. Here. Yeah, and c5. I didn't mention it, but yes, this looks like a way to at least try to bring the other knight to defense and just to do something, because this knight has no way to stop the pawn. So a6, knight into c6, and oof, good that there is no rook b6.
I thought it was a
Yeah.
move like this.
Yes, because otherwise that would be over. So this way the knight kind of attacks the rooks and keeps the a7 close. However, does it really attack the rook? Well,
Mm,
these pawns, edge pawns, yeah, as we learned,
as we learned.
yes, yeah, are are very the sort of the nemesis of the knights.
Mhm.
So the knight cannot catch this pawn being in this configuration. So he goes back with the other knight, and then rook takes b5. But at least for some time, I mean, this is not going anywhere. Of course, white will play rook b7 soon, but in the meantime, maybe we can just grab some more pawns, like f5, and then just try to bring the king to the c pawn, and still black has some free pawns. So maybe it's okay, yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah, there are some more games in this match because currently Polonia Wrocław is leading 2.5, just 2.5.
Mhm.
And I said that before it started that this could be a very good match and very close match, but it has to be said that in Styl and Gorzów there are two very strong players missing. First of all, Kamil Dragun, a current national champion, is
Mhm.
missing. I know that he's studying in USA and some other obligations,
We expected him to be here, right?
but I'm not sure. But he's on the list, yeah.
Mhm.
So I didn't know, and there is also a very strong and legendary player, Michał Krasenkov,
Mhm.
playing for Styl and Gorzów, and he is not
It's not
not here.
yet here.
Yes, but yeah.
Okay, final two games
Yes,
on
but
the
this,
last
but
two
this,
words.
yeah, this has finished. Yeah.
It was
So
draw.
so it was a draw. So
Mhm.
so now Polonia Wrocław is leading 3-1,
Yeah,
and
the
so
same score.
yeah, so they will win the match, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Tomczak Sadzikowski is the other board.
yes, but not Jacek Tomczak, but
Yeah.
Mikołaj Tomczak.
Meanwhile, I can see the girls, Tsivka, Karina, Zawadzka, Jolanta,
Yeah, they're
are
already
talking.
talking. Yeah.
Probably they may draw. Yes, they
Yeah.
may draw.
Is it
And
is
also,
it,
Sadzikowski.
yeah, they're
once
also
again,
talking, and also took a draw. Yeah.
draw.
Yeah. So 4-2
Yeah.
is the final
Final.
result um, of the match between Polonia Wrocław and Styl and Gorzów. Yeah, but it's very typical. Like after the game, yeah,
To chat and talk
yeah,
about sharing the ideas,
yeah. Like
variations.
instantly, like even they
Yeah.
can't even stand and go talk
Even
later
though
somewhere. But
there is a analyzing room just behind them,
yeah,
they are talking because not many games are still in progress, and they are using. Usually, they don't have this chance because arbiters are going to them and
they're
asking.
whispering. Yeah, of course that it's not you cannot hear what they are talking usually. Yeah, I mean they're whispering, but still they're talking in the playing
No,
hall.
it's forbidden to talk, and arbiters are avoiding this, but
Yeah,
not now because not all the games are in progress. Just few games. So it was it. It was around 5 at Polish Extra League. Here we were today, Piotr and myself, mostly you, and see you tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Same time, same place, and I hope that in the same team.
Bye.
Bye bye.